What if Bella found love again at Christmas, but this time, not Edward vertical slash part 3. The closer Christmas comes, the harder the truth becomes to ignore. Bella stands at the edge of a choice she never wanted to face, between the life she built and the feelings she never truly lost. Secrets unravel, loyalties are tested, and the line between protection and control begins to blur. Someone is watching. Someone is waiting. And this time the past isn't just knocking, it is demanding to be let back in. Because love, once awakened, refuses to stay silent. For the first time since we arrived at the ranch, I was going out without Jasper by my side. Peter needed his help with some barn repairs and Charlotte asked me if I'd like to go shopping with her in Boulder. I thought we could have a girls' day out, but it's entirely up to you. Yes, I'd like that. It's been too long since I did anything so frivolous. I was either working in the gallery or with Patrick. Oh yes, there was his family like. I never got to see them with you. I sighed. At first they were nice. His father Bruce was working most of the time, and when he wasn't he wanted to be off doing something with the whole family. Every holiday was planned to within an inch. They never did anything spontaneously. His brother was okay, but he was so wrapped up in his partner they rarely talked to me. If they did, it was because they'd had a row and wanted me on one side or the other. Charlotte grinned. Sounds wonderful. What about his mother? Stepmother, actually. We had nothing in common. She would have been great on Hollywood Wives. She wrinkled her nose. It's just as well that you changed your mind then. We chatted all the way into Boulder, although I found myself doing most of the talking. Charlotte was interested in my family, although she seemed upset that my mother hadn't stood up for me when I ended my relationship with Patrick. Do I take it she won't be there as mother of the bride when you two get married then? I shuddered at the thought. Most definitely not. I'll miss my dad walking me down the aisle though. Yes. I was closer to my father. My mom was a good woman, but she was so busy with the younger children she didn't have much time for me. You had siblings? That must have been nice. I always wanted a brother or sister. I loved my siblings, but I was more of a mom to them than a sister. Mom was always pregnant or too tired to watch over all of us. How many were there? Charlotte smiled. 6 brothers and 8 sisters, but you have to remember that families were bigger in those days. There were no contraceptives and a lot of infants who died. 3 of my brothers died before they were 3, 2 sisters died at birth, and 1 caught diphtheria and died aged 7. That's awful. I mean, you read about the bad old days, but speaking to someone who lived through it makes it so real. It was for me, but it's all in the past. I hurriedly changed the subject, worried that I had upset her, dragging all the sadness back to the surface. What about Peter? She smiled. Peter was an orphan. He never knew his parents. He spent his early life in an orphanage, and when the war came along, the boys who were old enough to fight were enrolled in the army. He was too young to fight, but they took him anyway. He'd survived several battles and been critically injured when the major found him. Peter knows he would have died if he hadn't been changed. He owes the major his life. So he never had a family. That's sad. He wouldn't agree with you. Peter doesn't care for many people. You may have noticed he's a little difficult to get along with. I think he fears becoming close to someone and then being hurt. I laughed. I had noticed, but I thought it was just me. Oh no. He likes you. Strangers don't usually last very long in our company, and he seems to like it that way. The only people he considers family are me and the major. Oh, and now you. I saw how close you all were when I first arrived. Peter and Jasper are like brothers. They are in everything but blood. Peter and I care very much about the major, and I'll admit when I first heard about you I wasn't at all sure. Watching you for months at a time, I got to know you a little better, and I had to ask myself why an intelligent girl like you would get mixed up with two losers like Edward Cullen and Patrick. Despite that, I never thought you might be the one. I guess I should have, but it's not easy to think of the major with anyone after Alice. You didn't like Alice? I think it would be more appropriate to say that she didn't like us, well, Peter more than me. Those two rubbed each other the wrong way from the moment they set eyes on each other. So they didn't visit often? I think they came to stay twice in all the time they were together. He came sometimes when she was off with friends, but we didn't see much of him. Having said that, I think Alice was good for him. She introduced him to the Cullens and he learned how to live as a vampire without all the pain. Shopping with Charlotte was fun because she liked the same kind of stores I did. We spent an hour in a bookstore and another in a small gallery she knew of. Then she suggested lunch. Are you sure? I can wait, or you could go do whatever you want while I grab a bite. She laughed and risked the disapproval of the guys. No, thank you. I'll stick close. You forget I've seen you in action, Bella. If there is any trouble within 10 miles, it will gravitate towards you. Osh. True. We continued to talk over lunch in a small burger place, and I discovered one of the reasons Charlotte had asked me alone. Bella, I'm going to be brutally honest with you. One reason I wanted us to talk alone is so I could give you a warning. Peter and I like you and you make the Major happy, which is great. If anyone deserves a little joy in their life, it's him. However, and this is said from the heart, if you ever hurt him or break his heart, you will have us to contend with, and if you think Victoria was vindictive, trust me, you ain't seen nothing yet. I stared at her, then nodded. I understand, and I'm glad he's got friends like you. I promise you I would rather kill myself than hurt Jasper. He gave up everything for me and I can never repay him except with my love. I wouldn't have agreed to marry him if I wasn't sure of my feelings for him. Charlotte smiled. Right answer. Well, now we've gotten that out of the way, on to happier subjects. Your wedding. I wasn't sure where she was going with this, so I nodded, took a bite of my burger and waited for her to continue. I was wondering if the two of you had made any plans yet. I shook my head. Not really. This trouble, the fires they kinda took over. I'll admit I was a bit of a wreck emotionally after that. And you're feeling better now? I nodded. Good. So can we talk about it? I mean, you said you didn't have any female friends and your mom is a no-go, so I thought maybe I could help. Smiling, I nodded again. I would love that. I'll have to include Rose and Esme, but I think you are more on my wavelength. I'm guessing Esme will be standing in for your mom. I've met her a few times. She's a nice person, so I'm sure we'll get along. I don't know Rosalie, but hey, she's your sister-in-law to be, and I'm sure she has your best interests at heart. Actually, I thought she hated me. It turns out she just thought Edward was wrong for me. I was shocked. So, we have that much in common. Sensible girl. She hesitated as if nervous, then continued, well now. I'm going to stick my neck out here and offer to design your wedding gown. And before you gasp in horror, I have to say in my own defense that I'm a great seamstress. When I was brought up, you made your clothes or went naked. I laughed. Well, we wouldn't want that, would we? I'd love it, but I have no idea what I want. Sure you do. You just haven't given it any thought. We'll sit down together and draw a few possibilities, then you can choose your material. I've always wanted to design a wedding gown. Then the job is yours. I have no idea what Jasper will want. Oh, that's easy. Whatever makes you happy. You could get married at the ranch if you like. Although maybe the Cullens have other ideas. I get the feeling they'll be happy if I am, but maybe we could all get together. I should talk to Jasper, and we need to sort out the mess the fires left first. I wouldn't be surprised if Carlisle and Esme have already done that. From what I hear, they were out for blood. Yes, but I don't want anyone killed on my behalf. Sorry, poor choice of words. Charlotte patted my hand. They know that. Which is why it's just as well Peter isn't involved. He tends to rip heads off first and ignores the whole questioning first part. I laughed, but I knew she was being honest about her husband. I was glad Jasper was a little more civilized than his friend, and then realized that was cruel. Peter wasn't a savage, he just didn't have the empathy or forethought most people did. But then, as an orphan brought up without any loving parents and then thrown into war much too young, what else could I expect? I'd forgotten about my injuries as they were more or less healed, but when we got back, Jasper came over and peered at me closely before turning to Charlotte accusingly. You were up too long. Bella's exhausted and her leg is hurting her. I smiled and stroked his cheek with my hand to soothe his anger. I'm fine. Charlotte and I had a wonderful time. Please don't worry. She wouldn't hurt me even unintentionally. Really? We waited and his face cleared. Sorry. I guess I'm still a little overprotective, Bella. Don't apologize, I like it, but don't fall out with Charlotte over me. She's the sister I never had. Suddenly I was scooped up and twirled around fast enough to make my head spin. You realize that makes me the brother you never had, Bella? And as your brother, it is in the rules that I have to torment you. Peter. Put her down, you'll make her sick. I heard amusement in Jasper's voice as he replied, That's fine, Char. I'm sure he'll love it when she vomits all over him. I was put gingerly down and Peter stepped back. I'll pass if you don't mind. Are you okay, Bella? You look a little pale. I staggered a little and Jasper swept me up and carried me into the house, Peter and Charlotte following behind. You big oaf. Remember, she's a human. Okay, I get it. I'm sorry. Fuck me, I can't wait until she becomes one of us. She'll be really good fun then. Not if she remembers this and decides to attack you as a newborn, Peter. Oh, I don't know. It could be fun. A noble young woman running after me. It's been quite a while since. There was a thump and Peter exclaimed loudly, Ouch. I smiled through my nausea. It was like belonging to a family. A rather crazy, unpredictable family, but a family nonetheless. I recovered after a few minutes and Charlotte brought me a drink of water to sip. Peter peered at me nervously. You sure you're okay, Bella? Sorry. I'm fine, Peter. Really? He nodded, looking relieved, and shot a glance at Jasper but seemed to realize he'd gotten away with his transgression. I had a call from Carlisle while you were out. They discovered that it was Bruce King who arranged the fires. It seems they have dug up enough dirt on the King business to cause major problems for Bruce. It sounds like Sasha got involved in the mischief too, and now his wife is screaming for a divorce. It appears he had a rather expensive mistress. I wasn't sure how I felt about all this, but there was something I needed to know. Was Patrick involved? They don't think so. I nodded, relieved to hear it, although the trouble would no doubt ruin him too. It would destroy the family, but I couldn't find it in my heart to feel bad about the others. Jasper didn't leave my side the rest of the day. I missed you. I smiled up at him. My head had been resting on his chest. I was half asleep, feeling sated and drowsy. I missed you too, but it was nice spending time with Charlotte. I like her. So, what did you talk about? Why? Are you worried she was dishing the dirt on you? Nope. I think you know most of my secrets. She wants to help me with the wedding. Wow. I wondered how long it would be before she approached you about that. She's been dying to design a wedding gown for years. I know she was disappointed when Alice decided to go down the designer route, but I did warn her that she was whipping a dead horse with that one. I said yes. I hope you don't mind. You can do whatever makes you happy. As long as you turn up and say yes, I'll be satisfied. Funny, she thought you'd say that. I think I'd like Charlotte's help. It's like having a big sister and I love it. And I thought you loved me. Well, yeah. You too. He growled, rolling over and pinning me gently to the mattress. Would you like to rethink that answer, darling? Nope. Are you sure about that? I nodded, I'm sure, staring up into his golden eyes, my body melting against his. It was the right answer. He made me pay for saying that, and it took him all night. Sasha filled Rose and me in on all that had happened while we had been absent. Bella may now be out of danger, but I couldn't just drop the clients who had booked events with my company, and Rose had offered to help. This meant for the past couple of days we had been away from home, and whenever I called Carlisle and asked how things were going, I got only vague answers. Emmett had been too busy playing secret agent with Edward to talk to Rose, so it was with relief that we discovered the person behind the arson had been unmasked. When Sasha explained her role in proceedings, Rose glanced at me with a "You is this person?" expression. We'd never found Sasha to be a team player, and it came as a shock to discover that she had been instrumental in unmasking Bruce King as being the one responsible. She then went on to tell us about the fundraiser and her mischief making. Now, this was totally in character for the Sasha we knew. It was so funny to see Magda's expression when I described the woman I had seen with Bruce. She was virtually spitting fire. "What do you think she'll do?" Sasha shrugged. "I don't know, Rose, but she was set to put a bullet in Sophia's brain when we got back to their place." "Well, I'm glad you talked her out of it." With an expression like an angelic schoolgirl, Sasha preened, "I knew you would." I don't know why everyone automatically thought I would offer to hold her jacket while she did it. Even Carlisle praised my actions, or should it be inactions? Well, whatever. "Where's Edward?" "I haven't seen him since we got home." Sasha's expression darkened at the mention of her husband's name. "I don't know, and to be perfectly honest, I don't really care right now." "Do you know what he did, Esm?" "No, but I'm sure you'll tell us." "I will." I was so upset. "It seems he doesn't trust me." Isn't that terrible? A man who doesn't trust his wife. Rose stifled a smile. "I guess so." "What did he say, Sasha?" She sighed heavily. "Well, when I told him what happened at the fundraiser, how I told Magda about Sophia, he wanted to know how I knew. She'd lost me, and by Rose's expression, her too." "Sorry. How you knew what?" "How I knew what Sophia, Bruce's mistress, looked like. He had the temerity to accuse me of being involved somehow." "Me? Edward thought you were involved in the arson." I was genuinely shocked. I knew how devious and destructive Sasha's gift could be, but to accuse her of that? Yes. He didn't ask me how I knew what Sophia looked like. He just assumed that I knew her. I'll tell you what I told him. I snooped when I was at the king's place. I thought I should get as much information as I could while I had the opportunity. So, while I was supposed to be using the bathroom, I went through Bruce's wallet. It was just lying there on the bedside cabinet, so I thought, why not? It had a discreet pocket, and inside was a photograph of a woman, and on the back, she'd written, "Bruce, the sexiest man I've ever met. All my love, now and always, Sophia Axe." I knew that was the name of his mistress because I'd overheard a telephone conversation between the two of them. Oh. It sounded like Edward had put his foot in it right up to his neck, and I was sure Sasha was going to make him pay through the nose for his accusations. Yes, oh. I was so mad I slapped him. He's lucky all I did was wipe that smug look off his face. He apologized, but I just walked away. How dare he? I'm sure he realizes how upsetting his suspicions were for you. He'll be full of contrition when he comes back. Sasha's eyes flashed dangerously, and I thought that maybe Edward had gone too far in accusing Sasha of being in league with the Kings. He even had the temerity to throw my own words back at me. I admit I said Bella's life was going too smoothly, that she should have a little chaos in it, but I never meant for her to lose everything. I like Bella. I guess I said it in the heat of the moment when it appeared to me that everyone liked her and not me. Juvenile, I know. Carlisle appeared at that point, and Rose took Sasha by the arm and steered her out of the room. Rose was a good person to soothe the savage beast, and right now a lion was roaring loudly in Sasha's breast. Once we were alone, Carlisle filled in the gaps in Sasha's story. She was very helpful, and it's good to know that Alice is still keeping an eye on us. We couldn't have got the evidence we needed without her help. I can hold on to the hope that she'll come back home eventually then. Maybe, my love. We'll see. Emmett is extremely pleased with himself. I think he regards his work as on a par with the Matrix. He is going to be unbearable for a while. Now all that's left is for Rose and me to liberate Bella's painting and Hugo. I'm just glad we have a small part in this vast performance. Have you spoken to Jasper and Bella? I've kept them abreast of developments, but I haven't gone into detail. They did ask if you would call when you get time. It sounds like they want to discuss something with you. I beamed. Oh, I hope it's the wedding. I'm so excited, Carlisle. It will be wonderful to see them both happy and to have Bella in the family officially. Carlisle sighed, smiling as he shook his head. My dear sentimental wife. You love a happy ending. Of course. That's how stories should end, with happiness and the conquest of all evil. Every fairy tale ends with a happy ever after. He laughed. Then I guess you should probably give them a call. Bella. I was nervous when I heard Esme's voice on the phone. I owed her so much and was desperate not to upset her. She began by telling me how much she missed me and made me feel even worse. Carlisle said you wanted to talk to me. Is everything okay, sweetheart? Yes. I'm feeling much better, and Peter and Charlotte have been so kind to me. It's like having two more siblings. Good. I know they didn't get on with Alice, but I knew they would take to you. Is Jasper okay? He's fine. Desperate to hear all about your sleuthing and wishing he was involved, but we're keeping him busy. Good. Now, what did you want to talk to me about? I explained what Charlotte and I had discussed and asked if she and Rose would be prepared to travel to Boulder and join us. Of course. We'd be delighted. To be honest, I was worried that you might not want to come back to Phoenix and we wouldn't see you again. Is a visit okay with Peter? I know he's not keen on the family. Yes. Charlotte is arranging that. I just want everyone I love to be involved in our wedding. Thank you, Bella. So, when do you need us? Would next week be too soon? I know you still have commitments. Actually, Rose and I have taken care of most outstanding events, and I have another company ready to step in for the couple that are left. Family business always comes first. See you on Monday. When Peter heard about the visitors, he wasn't exactly happy. How come no one thinks to clear something like this with me? I mean, it's only my fucking house. But no, don't worry about Peter. I'll just hang him in the fucking closet until they've gone. Peter, you never came out of the closet. He glared at Jasper. Fuck you. I thought you were my friend. How come you were bringing the alien fucking horde to invade my space? Charlotte put a hand on his arm, but he pulled away angrily. Hey, don't try to sweet talk me. You know I don't like the fucking Cullens, so why would you invite them here? I thought I should step in and try to defuse the situation. Peter, it was my fault. Charlotte is going to help me plan my wedding, and I wanted to include Esme and Rosalie. I didn't think you would object so strongly. I'll call them back. We can go there instead. Peter stared at me for a long time. Your wedding? You asked Charlotte to help you? Yes. I don't have anyone but you, Charlotte, and the Cullens. I just wanted all the girls around me. I never meant to upset you, Peter. He grunted, staring out of the window. Well, in that case, I guess I could cope with Esme and Rosalie. Just promise me that Edward the asshole isn't coming, or Carlisle. He spends all his time looking down his nose at us because we kill humans, and I'm as good as that fucker any day. Thank you, Peter. It's only Esme and Rose, I promise. I do have a big favor to ask you though. He glared at me suspiciously. That sounds ominous. Go on. Could we get married here? I know it means you have to put up with the rest of the family for a couple of days, but it would make me very happy. Here? You don't want a fancy fucking wedding in the Vatican or at St. Paul's Cathedral? Well, that's a nice change from the last Mrs. Whitlock. I guess I could go along with that. So long as they mind their fucking manners. Thank you. I threw my arms around him and gave him a peck on the cheek. By the time I had stepped back, he was grinning from ear to ear. What did I tell you? I'm fucking irresistible to the fairer sex. Okay, Bella, the ranch is yours for the wedding, but the first Cullen who treads on my toes goes down the well head first. Peter, we don't have a well. He scowled at Charlotte. Then I'll dig one so fucking deep they'll need to be speaking Mandarin when they land. Later, when Charlotte and I were alone again, she tried to apologize for Peter. He tends to feel a little inferior around Carlisle and Esme, which is silly. The only person who ever tried to undermine him was Alice, and I don't think she did it deliberately. We're just different kinds of people. No need to apologize, Charlotte. Peter's entitled to be upset if he thinks we're going behind his back. She laughed. Peter finally has a champion other than me. Now, that is a novelty. I like Peter. He doesn't try to fit in and he doesn't suffer fools gladly. I like his honesty. Charlotte beamed. You do know I love you even more for saying that, don't you? Most people don't even try with him, which is a shame because underneath that rough exterior there's a really sweet guy. I hadn't realized how nervous Jasper had been when he brought me here to meet his friends. He only told me later that night. Thank you for coping with Peter so well. That's not coping. I like him. He likes you too, although I was a little worried. He didn't understand why I was wasting my time on a human who had the intellect of a flea. His words, not mine. Cheek. He was basing that on the fact that you had fallen for Edward, who is on a par with an amoeba as far as Peter is concerned. He gave me a really hard time in the beginning. Now he sees why. He just doesn't like the fact that I didn't tell him how I felt about you at the time. I tried to explain that I didn't even allow myself to acknowledge my feelings then, but I don't think he believed me. But he stayed and helped you. That's true friendship. I know, and I also know that Peter would stand with me whatever the peril. You just have to accept the baggage he brings with him. Do you think it's safe for Esmond Rose to visit? He smiled. Peter will behave. If he doesn't, Charlotte will crucify him. She doesn't have many rules, but one that she insists he sticks to is being polite to invited guests. What about the wedding? Are you happy to get married here? Perfectly. If you wanted to get married in the middle of a river, I'd be happy, but having all my friends around us makes it even more special. When everything went wrong. When the fires started, I started to think I wasn't meant to be happy. That it was all going wrong. I'm glad that wasn't so. You really think a little thing like a fire would put me off or come between us? No. I just felt so miserable. And now I couldn't be happier. If we can just get through the next few weeks without Peter killing anyone, he'll behave. I told him if he wants to be the best man, he'd better. Do you think we could have a spring wedding? I know it's short notice for Charlotte to make my dress, but I'm worried something else might go wrong. Charlotte will be fine and a spring wedding sounds great. There is just one thing. I tensed. Will you be inviting Alice? I only asked because she's been instrumental in getting Bruce King where we want him. She'll be bringing her partner with her if she comes. Have you spoken to her? I cringed at the accusatory tone in my voice, but he just smiled. No. I thought I'd let you do that. All right. Well, I guess we should in that case, but isn't it going to be awkward? Not for me. I'll only have eyes for the woman I love, and that's you, Bella Swan. The guys had sent all the evidence to their lawyer, so Carlisle, Emmett and Edward were busy celebrating their brilliance with an animal hunt, something I had passed on. Rose and Esme were busy with their last business event, and I was feeling a little superfluous to requirements. I was all alone and bored. Which is why, when Magda called and asked if I would meet her, I agreed. After all, what harm could it do? She didn't know about the crap that was about to hit the fan regarding the King business affairs or my connection to it. We met at her favorite boutique, but she wasn't interested in shopping. Oh no, Magda had something far more interesting in mind. Sasha. I wanted to thank you for telling me about Bruce and that whore Sophia. I don't think I did so at the time. I was a little distracted. I patted her arm sympathetically. I'm just sorry I was the one to bring it to your attention. I had no idea who the woman was. I thought she was just a client. Well, of course not. How could you? I haven't told Bruce that I know what he's up to yet. Luckily I was asleep when he got home from seeing her and he snuck off early to the office the next morning. I've tried to hide my rage. I wanted to make the reveal a shock to them both and I was wondering if I could impose on you to help me. I felt a thrill rush through me. This sounded like it might be amusing. What exactly would that entail? Well, I happen to know that the two of them are out of town today. He has a business meeting in Glendale and checking his cell phone I found a message arranging to meet her there. I know he'll call later to tell me that the meeting has overrun and he'll be staying overnight and guess who'll be there to keep him from getting homesick. Knowing this I thought it would be a good time to leave my calling card at Sophia's place. Your calling card? Well, a vengeful wife's version of. So, are you willing to help me? As long as it doesn't involve anything violent, yes. I know what it's like to be a woman scorned as I told you earlier. I had spun her a tale about my late husband being a womanizer and how I had been lucky because he died before he could leave me for his latest conquest. Oh, yes. Your late husband had a mistress too. We do everything for them and they treat us like dirt in return. I knew you would understand. I promise you I don't have any weapons on me. We laughed but I knew her. I'd seen the rage the night she discovered Bruce had rekindled the flame with his mistress. She had been ready to gun down the pair of them. It sounded like we might have some fun and I could have a good time. I tried so hard to be good for Edward's family but sometimes the beast needed to be let out to play. Just one thing. How are we supposed to get into the apartment? She pulled a set of keys from her pocket and dangled them in front of me easy. I borrowed Bruce's when I found out about Sophia the first time and had duplicates cut. He never even knew I had them and I doubt she's changed her locks. Well then, what are we waiting for? Let's go have some fun. We walked into the apartment building using the duplicate keys and rode the elevator to the third floor. Sophia's apartment was at the end of the hall, nicely tucked away from prying eyes and we were inside in seconds. Magda pushed open the door into the lounge and we stood there looking around. She does well for herself. Does she work? Magda laughed spitefully, only on her back. I think she divorced her first husband and took him for everything he had. She needn't think she's going to leave me a pauper, the bitch. Come on. I followed her through to the bathroom where she emptied the contents of the cupboard onto the floor, separating the cleaning products and pushing them to one side. Now where shall we start? The bedroom, I think. I wasn't sure what she had in mind until she started, but I soon caught on. By the time we had finished, the drawers and closets had been emptied and their contents, some very expensive clothes and lingerie plus shoes and handbags, covered in bleach, shampoo, foundation and anything else we could find. She smeared makeup over the huge mirror, scrawling words that described what she thought of Sophia over its silvery surface. Next, she disappeared for a moment and when she reappeared she was holding two carving knives. Handing one to me, we began on the bed, plunging the blades up to the hilt and puncturing the mattress over and over until the warm water began to leak and soon the thick pile carpet was sodden. Whoever lived in the apartment below was in for a nasty surprise. From there we moved into the other rooms and destroyed everything we could find, pictures, ceramics, and soft furnishings. The cushion filler swirled in the air like snowflakes, the smell of makeup, perfume and cleaning chemicals all mixed together, becoming almost overpowering. I hadn't had so much fun in years. Edward. After our hunt, I was happy to return to Sasha, but the others had a different idea. I think we should find out whether Patrick King was involved in the arson attacks. I glanced at Emmett, then Carlyle, who was nodding his agreement. I thought you already decided that he wasn't. Emmett frowned. We don't know for sure though, do we? Bella deserves to know the truth and we're the only people who can give her that. Do you agree with this crazy idea, Carlyle? I was slightly shocked when he nodded his agreement. Carlyle wasn't the type to get involved in anything that wasn't necessary, yet he seemed happy enough to go along with Emmett. What the hell was Bella doing to my family? I barely recognized them these days. Well, what do you suggest? Are you going to kidnap him again and threaten to rip his arms off if he doesn't come clean? Emmett smiled smugly. That was my first thought, I admit, but then I looked at you, Edward. Why do we need to torture the guy when we have our very own lie detector with us? I scowled. So, you're happy for Sasha and me to use our gifts when it suits you? Great. Carlyle turned to me. It sounds like you aren't happy to help Bella, Edward. Why is that? That's not it at all. In fact, I think Sasha and I have done plenty to help Bella. I just think you can carry things too far. I mean, does it matter whether he's involved or not? He's not involved with Bella anymore and he's going down with the rest of his family either way. Carlyle sighed. I'd hate to think that an innocent man is going to suffer on our watch. I nodded. Of course, you would. Isn't the fact he almost got Bella killed in that accident enough proof of guilt? That was an accident, Edward. I know he tried to pervert the course of justice by blaming Bella, but I think that was done more in panic. Good old Carlyle, always looking for the good in people. Well, let's get on with it then. Where will we find him? At the office, I hope. When we get there, you go in. You can present yourself as a friend of Bella. Ask him how you can contact her. Bring the fires up, get him to think about what happened. You'll soon know if he was involved. Very well, but this is it. This is the last time I'm getting involved in this business. I think I've done more than my share already and I want that clearly understood. Carlyle nodded, although he thought I was being a jerk, and Emmett, well, his thoughts on me hadn't changed the big oaf. Patrick was in the office and had time to see what he thought might be a new client. It wasn't until we were alone that I brought up the true reason for my visit. I'm sorry to have misled you, Mr. King, but I'm actually looking for my friend, Bella Swan. I understand the two of you are close. He stared at me a little nervously and I knew he was wondering if I was connected to the two heavies who had put the fear of God into him after the accident. I've just returned to the States. I've been in Europe for the past year, but we kept in touch by email. Bella and I went to school together. Whoops. I remembered hearing that Bella had told him a little about me. I was glad I'd given him a false name. Oh. Did you know the guy she was dating there? Edward something. Yes. She took it hard when he left. I did my best to support her, so I was happy to hear that she met you. I don't seem to be able to trace her since I got back, and then I discovered her apartment had been gutted. Has she moved in with you? No. We split up a while ago. It just didn't work out. I'm sorry I can't help you. I don't know where she is now. It was a shock when I went to the address she gave me. Gutted and the gallery. What happened? I waited, listening, but he was as clueless about that as he was about Bella's whereabouts. He still had feelings for her and he would never do anything to hurt her. I have no idea. I mean, I heard it was an arson attack. The cop spoke to me because it happened soon after we parted, but of course, I had nothing to do with it and I haven't spoken to Bella since before Christmas. That must have been hard on you. Do they have any suspects? I mean, the Bella I knew never had an enemy in the world. It was the same here. It's a mystery. Maybe it was a case of mistaken identity. Her business suffered a fire too. Must have been a really stupid criminal to get it wrong twice. He was nervous again now. He had his suspicions, but he refused to give them credence. So, Patrick suspected that his father might just have had something to do with it all, but he was in the clear. Having decided he'd said enough, Patrick made his excuses about being very busy and showed me out. He was still terrified of getting another visit from Emmett and Jasper and wondered if perhaps I was in league with them. I thanked him for his time and returned to the others with my findings. I'm glad he wasn't involved, even if he does suspect his father. That's all well and good, Carlyle, but do we try to help him or let him sink with the business? I stared at Emmett in disbelief. Why would you care if he goes down too? He knows there are underhand things going on and turns a blind eye to them. I guess so, and he did try to get Bella to take the fall for the accident. Exactly, let him sink or swim with the rest of the family. Carlyle nodded. I have to agree with Edward, Emmett. I don't think he deserves any special treatment. I think Bella will be relieved to know that he is innocent. There's nothing worse than discovering that someone you cared about has deceived you. She was right about him. When we got back to the house, Sasha was waiting, eager with news of her own. I groaned as I read her thoughts. What the hell had she been thinking of getting involved in such reckless activity? I wasn't the only one concerned either. Carlyle looked very solemn as he quizzed her about what exactly they had done. Were you caught on any CCTV cameras? Sasha shrugged. I've no idea why. I would think that the lady in question will be calling the police as soon as she gets back to her apartment. They will then be looking for Magda and her accomplice for criminal damage. Sasha shrugged. Well, I don't see as that matters. Magda doesn't know who I really am or where they can find me. Maybe not, but they might put your photograph on the news asking for information. It's possible that you've been seen coming here. We do not want the police knocking on our door. That could be very inconvenient. I think you and Edward should consider leaving immediately. Sasha pouted, but I was just having a bit of fun. Do we have to go? Yes. I do not want the family to become involved in this business. We keep a low profile, Sasha. Surely you can understand why. But you already are involved, Carlyle. You set the authorities after the Kings, the boys kidnapped and threatened Patrick King. What I did is nothing in comparison. Maybe not, but no one can link us to those things. We were very careful and discreet, two things it would appear that you still need to learn. I'm sure Edward will explain the situation in more detail when you have time. For now, it would be better if you left the area, preferably the country. Sasha frowned, but she wasn't about to argue with Carlyle. No one did when he spoke so gravely, not even me. Besides, I knew what he meant. Drawing the attention of the authorities was a very bad idea. I took her arm. Come on, darling. It's time we headed home. I'm sure Carlyle will keep us abreast of the situation. But I wanted to go to the wedding. We can come back for that, can't we? Or are you just trying to get rid of us now we've saved Bella? She was getting upset, and that wasn't good for any of us. I'm sure we'll get an invitation, Sasha. Bella won't forget our help with her problem, but Carlisle's right. We should make ourselves scarce. She took a little more persuading, but eventually we said our goodbyes. Unfortunately, Rose and Esme were not back, but Carlyle promised he would pass on our apologies. Tell Esme I'm sorry I caused a problem. I don't want her thinking badly of me. I just didn't consider the possible consequences of my actions. I was amazed, my wife admitting to and apologizing for her thoughtlessness. There were such things as miracles after all. It warmed my heart to see Bella excitedly chatting about our wedding to Charlotte, although Peter and I tended to find ourselves something to do away from the house. It's women's work, organizing weddings. They don't want us interrupting them. Thank you for those words of wisdom, Peter. I didn't know you were such an expert on weddings. Don't use the tone of voice with me, Major. I'm just trying to keep you out of trouble. When women get together and start talking in that tone of voice, the best thing you can do is to keep your head down, or trust me, you'll find yourself roped into shop for lace or discuss fucking flowers. I know, I've been to enough weddings. I mean, look at yours. Oh, rolled my eyes. It was true. Peter had made the mistake of asking Alice why we needed an Italian designer to make her dress when there were plenty a lot cheaper and just as good in this country. Well, he didn't put it quite like that, but Alice got the gist and was not happy. So, what you actually mean is that you put your foot in it once and got your balls ripped off? Hey, my balls are exactly where they're supposed to be. How was I to know that Harridan was a real bitch? I still don't know what you saw in her. Don't go down the track, Peter. Let's focus on the here and now. Charlotte has given us a list of things to do, so why don't we get started? Peter pulled the now crumpled list from his pocket and stared at it. Half of this stuff isn't necessary. I mean, why would I want to paint the barn? It looks perfectly okay to me. I stared over his shoulder at the building in question. Peter, before we even think about painting the damn barn, we need to replace the doors. He turned around and regarded said doors. Why? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because they're hanging off. So, are you getting married in my barn? No. My point exactly. I think Charlotte wants the place to look nice for the guests. As soon as I said it, I wished I hadn't. His face darkened. Alright. My place isn't good enough for the fucking Cullen clan. Oh no. It's got to be shiny and beautiful. It's a fucking working ranch. If they don't like it, then I suggest they stay the fuck away. I know that. It's just Charlotte is house proud. She wants things to look nice. Then let her mend the fucking doors and paint the barn. Now, what else is on this fucking list? I knew at this point it was useless to argue with Peter. I'd just wait until he wandered off still cussing and start the work myself. Hopefully, he would come round when he cooled down. It was great in theory, but unfortunately, Charlotte appeared a few minutes later while Peter was kicking the corral fence to demonstrate that it was not falling apart. To make things even worse, his second demonstration kick resulted in the middle rail flying across the meadow and almost decapitating a startled rabbit that was innocently munching on the grass. Peter! What are you doing? You're supposed to be fixing the place up, not destroying it. He wheeled around looking thunderous. Tell you what, why don't you tell Bella to rent herself the fucking street Julian if she wants glamour? Whoa there, Peter. Don't drag Bella into this. He whirled around ready to give me both barrels when Bella herself appeared. Is there something wrong? I heard my name. Peter, what's up? What's up? Well, for starters, this isn't a fucking 5-star hotel. Bella, taken aback, frowned. I know that, Peter. I love the ranch. He studied her, looking bewildered now. Well, in that case, why am I holding a to-do list that's longer than my fucking dick? Bella grinned. I'm not sure how long that is, but I'm assuming you have a problem with said list. Can I see it, please? The list, she added the last hurriedly as Peter began unzipping his pants. He really was in a provocative mood. I just hoped Bella was up to dealing with an irate Peter. No one else could, not even Charlotte, once his dander was fully up. He thrust the list at her and she took it, thanking him very sweetly, then began to read the items silently. Looking up when she reached the end, she spoke again. I didn't write this. I've never even seen it before. He stared at her suspiciously. You haven't? No. She looked around at the barn. I guess it could do with a little talc, but don't do it on my account. He grunted. And the fences? Well, I guess you need to fix the one you just broke, or the horses will be joining us for dinner. Yeah. I meant the others. It's a working ranch. I wouldn't expect it to be perfect, but... His voice was dangerously low again. It's none of my business really, but poor Charlotte has to look at the things close to the house more than you. I guess she thought the wedding might be a golden opportunity to motivate your lazy butt. Charlotte and I exchanged worried glances. This could go south really quickly, and I tensed, ready to intervene if necessary. Peter stared at her in silence for a minute, then began to smile. Lazy butt. Really? Bella giggled, nodding her head. I feel sorry for poor Charlotte. She has a lot to put up with. I would have thought you'd want to show the Cullens how wrong you think they feel about you. What do you mean by that? I mean that it's clear you have an inferiority complex, Peter Whitlock. They what? Why can't you speak plain English, girl? See what I mean? You understood what I said just fine. You just like to play the foul-mouthed ignorant country beau. Well, it won't wash with me, mister. So, I suggest you get off your lazy fat ass and get this place tidied up pronto. I refuse to have my wedding ruined by poor maintenance. You have help, so use it. I was struggling not to laugh when I saw that Peter was stunned. He didn't know how to respond to Bella. She had him beat. Well, if that's all that's bothering you, why didn't you fucking say so? Jeez, women. Come on, Major, before she starts kicking butts. At that point, both Charlotte and I burst out laughing. Bella and Peter were a match made in heaven. They were going to be firm friends, and I was relieved. Now, all we had to do was to get through the visit of Esmond Rose without any blood being spilt. Bella. I wasn't sure what to do when I heard Peter and Jasper arguing, but I didn't want to be responsible for trouble between them. I'd seen the list Charlotte gave to Peter and she'd explained her motive, so I decided to hell with it. Peter and I would either come out of this as friends or I'd be leaving the ranch fast. Everything went well and I saw Jasper relax, so I knew Peter and I were okay. Now, if he could just hold his tongue while Esmond Rose were here, the wedding would be a piece of cake. I never thought getting married could entail so much diplomatic maneuvering, or I would have said to hell with it and eloped. I was looking forward to seeing my friends again, and I knew that Charlotte would get along with them. As far as she was concerned, making our day perfect was all that mattered. Jasper took Peter into Boulder to do some shopping to avoid the arrivals, although he refused to divulge what he was going to buy. I wondered if it was merely an excuse, but either way it enabled us to greet the visitors without worrying about Peter's potty mouth. Esm came over and hugged me warmly before treating Charlotte the same, and I realized that of course they already knew each other. They'd met at Alice's wedding. Now that must have been an entertaining day from the little I'd heard about it since arriving here. Bella, we've missed you. You're looking so much better, sweetheart. It must be the country air and the company. I can't wait to see the design for you going to have any bridesmaids or flower girls? Who is going to give you away? What about your mother? Have you spoken to her? Esm was firing questions at me so fast my head began to spin until Rose intervened. Esm, take a breath. How is Bella supposed to answer any questions when you haven't stopped asking them yet? Sorry, Bella. It's just so wonderful to be welcoming you into the family officially. I'm sure you feel the same way, Charlotte. How's Peter? Is he here? She looked around nervously. No. You were safe for a few hours. It's just us girls. Come on in. Once inside, Esmond Rose filled us in on all the news. Mr. Jenks sent the information we recovered to the IRS and they turned up at the King compound and the office in town. Everyone is talking about it, although there are no details out so far. People love to gossip and we've heard some fantastic tales. The Kings are drug barons, they run an assassin for hire business, they've been ripping off clients for years and funding a secret getaway. It's all ridiculous, of course. I'm waiting till the police turn up at Sophia's apartment again. That will give them some more to talk about. I frowned. Sophia? Rose jumped in at this point and explained who Sophia was and what Magda and Sasha had done there. Wow. I'm surprised Sasha got involved. That could be dangerous. Yes, which is why Carlisle sent them home, but I promised to make sure they got an invitation to the wedding. Sasha is very fond of you, Bella. It would break her heart to miss your big day. Really? And how does Edward feel about that? Rose grinned. Edward has his hands full with that one. I don't think it matters how he feels about it. As for Emmett, he's going around like he won the lottery. He's becoming unbearable. I think he wants a badge saying #1 hacker of the world. I wouldn't mind, but Alice gave him most of the information. Alice? I was shocked. Alice had helped? Maybe things wouldn't be so awkward between us after all. I guess I should thank her. Rose glanced at Esm before answering. I think she's hoping for an invitation to the wedding actually, Bella. If that won't be too weird for you. I hesitated. Alice and I had been close at one time. At the same time that she had been married to the man I was about to wed. I guess if it's not too weird for her, it shouldn't be for me. I'll mention it to Jasper. Oh yes. By the way, Edward spoke to Patrick just to make sure that he hadn't been involved in any way. He wasn't. I knew he wouldn't have done anything like that, but thanks for making sure. Do you think he'll go down with his father? I don't know. Nothing we found leads directly to him, and if he can prove he had no knowledge of the Swiss bank account or the accounts in Sophia's apartment, then he might get away with it. I hope so. I don't hate him and he's not responsible for his father's actions. True, Esm sounded a little hesitant, but Edward said he did suspect his father might be involved. So, he did know that his father may have been involved in some shady business. I left it at that. We had more interesting things to discuss. The day went by pleasantly enough, and while Peter was away, Charlotte relaxed. It couldn't be easy married to a ticking time bomb liable to explode at any second around people he wasn't sure of. We were sitting on the porch laughing and chatting when the guys arrived home, and while Jasper came straight over to say hi to Esmond Rose, Peter took his time, parking the truck in the barn and then taking some mysterious packages into the house. When he finally joined us, it was Esm who spoke first. "Peter, it's been a long time. It's good to see you. Thank you for looking after Bella so well. She's looking much better now." "Yeah, well, it's not like we're fucking savages. We do know how to treat guests so long as they treat us right. So, have you four witches finished stirring the pot?" Charlotte frowned, looking resigned to trouble looming, but Rose only laughed. "Yep, we conjured up a dress, some music, and all the other boring details you guys always forget about, so we've taken off our pointy hats and put away our wands. You should be safe for a while." Peter nodded grudgingly. He liked it when people took up his challenge and served some of his own attitude back at him. It broke the ice, and we had a wonderful evening with Rose suggesting a game of horseshoes. I was useless as the only human playing, but I enjoyed all the cheating that went on. Peter was almost as competitive and devious as Emmett. I was proud of Jasper, who eventually beat Peter, although the outcome was hotly contested and would be for a long time to come. If this atmosphere could be recreated for our wedding, it would be a day to remember. "You're looking tired, Bella. Rose and I are going hunting if Charlotte could point us in the best direction, but we'll see you in the morning." I was grateful. I was tired, but I always felt embarrassed when I had to slip away to bed. Almost like a child who desperately wanted to stay up with the adults, although its eyes were shutting of their own accord. I was relieved that our visit to the Whitlock Ranch had gone so smoothly. While I'd never had cross words with Peter personally, I knew he could be a very prickly customer, and Carlisle had warned us both to be careful before we left. So, he was delighted when we got back and were able to report we had been made most welcome. I think Bella is a good influence on Peter Whitlock. He seemed far more relaxed than he was at Alice's wedding. Carlisle smiled. "I think Alice rubbed him up the wrong way. She can be a little condescending at times. Besides, I think they were both jealous of the friendship the other had with Jasper." "Really? Isn't that a little juvenile?" Carlisle shrugged. "Who knows? I'm just glad I won't have to play referee this time. Bella is going to invite Alice to the wedding." He groaned. "Well, on her head be it. I'm a little surprised though. She seemed very nervous about meeting Alice again, which is understandable under the circumstances. She was very grateful for the help Alice gave you. Besides, it won't work unless they are friends. I mean, how can we have family get-togethers if Bella and Alice refuse to be in the same room as each other?" He smiled. "I love your optimism, Esm. Let's just say things are certainly going to be interesting. Anyway, enough about that. I'm dying to know what's happening with the Kings. Have there been any developments?" "Oh, yes. The police and the IRS raided the business premises and the family compound and took away computers and files. They also searched Sophia's apartment and found the USB drive." "How do you know so much?" "Emmett and I have been monitoring the situation, and Jenks has been in touch. He's nervous because the IRS is putting pressure on him to reveal his source." "Can they do that to a lawyer?" Carlisle smiled gently. "No, my dear, but it doesn't stop them from trying." "And have you heard from Edward and Sasha?" He sighed. "Yes. Sasha is most upset that they had to leave. It seems she was enjoying herself a little too much with Magda. I think she's sulking, although Edward hasn't actually used the term. Well, let's hope she gets over it by the wedding. I don't want anyone ruining Bella's big day. I'd say with Peter, Alice and Sasha there it's a big ask." I groaned. I hadn't thought of that. "Oh well, we'll keep our fingers crossed. In the meantime, Rose and I have a couple of little tasks to accomplish. Be careful, Asm. Dadrick may not have been involved in the illegal activities of the business, but that doesn't mean he wouldn't use any means to help his father out. If he puts two and two together and figures out that Bella is involved, he could cause problems. Carlisle, Rose and I will be extremely careful. Besides, if Bruce and Magda report the picture missing, aren't they laying themselves open to a suggestion that they were involved in the arson attacks? I mean, how else would they have gotten their hands on the painting? Bella can prove she had possession of it and they can't prove she gave it or sold it to them. Maybe you're right, but a man who could hire someone to burn down two buildings might not stop there. We don't know what he's capable of. If Bruce suspects Bella is involved, who knows what he might do? Besides, we do not want the police looking too carefully at this family. Carlisle, they don't know Rosalie, and as far as Bruce is concerned, I'm the owner of an events planning company. Where is the connection to Bella? I thought my husband was being overcautious. I think Sasha's little adventure had put him on edge. Rose and I decided to liberate Hugo first. It shouldn't be difficult to dognap him, although finding him a hideout would be more problematic. Then dear Alice came to our aid once more. She sent me a text. I have a friend with a large property just outside Lake Havasu City and he's happy to rent it out on a short-term let. I thought you might like a place for Hugo and Emmett can train him there. I turned to Rose. Train him? What on earth is Emmett hoping to do? She smiled, a small surprise for Bella, that's all. I rolled my eyes. Emmett's surprises usually led to mayhem. Please rein him in, Rose. There are enough possible ignition points at this wedding to cause an explosion as it is. Don't worry, Azm. Emmett knows what he's doing and Bella will love it. Besides, if it was all going to go wrong, wouldn't Alice have warned us? Now, about that painting. How are we going to get into the compound to steal it? I wasn't sure because the family would be on their guard after the official visits. Getting in and out wasn't a problem for two vampires, but carrying a large painting through the house and across the compound was slightly more problematic without damaging it or the frame or getting caught. I guess we could cut it out of the frame, Esm. What do you think? No. We're going to get that picture and we're going to get it intact. I'm just not quite sure how yet. Maybe Alice will come to our aid. She seems to be popping up all over the place. It's almost as if she knew all this was going to happen and made plans to. We stared at each other as the penny dropped. Alice had seen all this, but instead of warning Bella or us beforehand, she allowed things to develop, then appeared to steer us in the right direction, just like a guardian angel. I'm going to strangle my sister the next time I meet her. Why would she keep quiet and let Bella go through all this grief? I thought she and Bella were friends. Or do you think she's doing it to get her own back on her for taking Jasper? I smiled at Rosalie. If you remember, it was Alice who left and Alice who was her mate. No, I don't think she was being mean. I think she saw the possible outcomes and decided that leaving well alone would give Bella the best possible future. Rose thought about this for a while before agreeing, albeit grudgingly. I guess so. I remember her saying that when she first understood her gift, she tried changing the outcome of situations. Yes, and she soon learned that doing so often brought with it more problems. I'm sure if she'd seen that Bella would have been in grave danger, she would have given us a nudge. I think she's working for Bella's happy ever after with Jasper. Rose sighed. I guess you're right. It's going to be strange if Alice and her partner turn up for Jasper's wedding though. Whatever you say. Oh, I'm sure Alice will handle it with equal grace as Bella will. Besides, I think Bella will have eyes only for her new husband and it's her he's marrying. He's not going to notice Alice at the party. And Bella is a better match for him anyhow. They just seem so right together. Right. Enough about them. How are we going to get inside the King family compound? Rose was silent for a while, then turned to me with a gleam in her eye. She had an idea. Maybe we don't have to. I frowned, but the painting is there. Yes, but who says it has to be us who retrieves it? What do you suggest? Hire ourselves a cat burglar? No. I have another idea. Come on. She dragged me out to the driveway and I climbed into the car, still mystified. Where are we going? You'll see. When she pulled up outside Patrick's house, I turned to her. Are you out of your mind? What makes you think he's going to steal the painting and give it to us? Well, he has nothing to do with the fires, and Bella is sure he would never hurt her, so here's his chance to prove it. He knows by now that his family is in serious trouble, but he doesn't know Bruce King is responsible for what happened to Bella. I think if he was to learn that, then he might want to distance himself from the family. But he'll only have your word for Bruce being the one responsible. If he finds the painting in the family home, that will be proof enough, don't you think? It's worth a try, surely. I wasn't so sure, and I was confident that Carlyle would not like us getting involved any deeper, but there was no talking Rose out of her plan. You stay here, Esm. He knows you. Let me handle this. She was gone before I could protest, leaving me here to wait and decide what I was going to tell my husband when we returned. Rosalie. I didn't think I would have much trouble persuading Patrick to let me in. Firstly, he was a ladies' man, and secondly, the mention of Bella's name was enough to get me inside. Thank you for agreeing to speak to me, Mr. King. He looked troubled, but then he had good reason to, with the IRS breathing down his neck. What's this about? Who are you and how do you know Bella? Could we sit down? It's a little complicated. He agreed reluctantly and led me through to the lounge where he had been drinking scotch. The place looked unkempt, and I wondered if this was as a result of shock at learning his father was a crook or losing Bella. Whichever, it had driven him to drink. Bella had told me that Patrick didn't touch alcohol. Well, he may not have done in the past, but he appeared to be making up for it now. Mr. King, I'm a friend of Bella's. He leaned forward. Is she okay? I'd really like to talk to her. I was so worried when I heard about the fires. I know I acted stupidly and I'd like to apologize. Is that why you're here? I shook my head. Bella doesn't know that I'm here. I'm pretty sure she'd be pissed if she found out. He frowned. Then why are you here, miss? Rose, you can call me Rose. I'm here because I think you deserve to know the truth about the fires. I'm sorry. The truth? What truth? The person who set the fires was hired to do so. He became grim. Are you trying to pin the fires on me? I would never have done something like that. I was angry, sure, but I never hated Bella. I love her. If I thought you'd been involved, it would be the police sitting here, not me. Then what? Who hired him? Your father, Bruce King. He jumped up, shaking his head, outraged at my accusation. How dare you? My parents loved Bella. They were devastated when she left me. Leave now before I call the cops. I continued calmly. You can do that if you wish, but it would only cause even more problems for your father. He thought about that, then continued his attack. What proof do you have? This is ridiculous. Do you remember a painting that Bella bought and hung in her bedroom? He frowned, then nodded. Yes. I thought it was awful, but she liked it. What's that got to do with anything? That painting is currently in your father's study at the house. It's been seen there. Seen? By whom? No one goes into my father's study. It's kept locked. Nevertheless, it was seen there. And what I want you to do is to retrieve it for Bella. He looked totally confused. Sorry. You accuse my father of hiring someone to burn down my girlfriend's gallery and apartment and then expect me to break into his study and steal a painting. If he didn't arrange the fires, then how did he get his hands on the painting? He frowned, then poured himself a large whiskey and downed it in one go. No. My father isn't a criminal. This trouble with the IRS is a mistake. Why should I believe you? You don't have to, but I thought you might like to make things right with Bella. Returning that painting would go a long way towards doing that. He reached for his phone. I'm going to call the cops. Feel free. When they get here, I'll tell them exactly what I've just told you. What do you think will happen if they search your father's house and find the painting? He studied me for a moment. Why are you really here? It's very simple, actually. Bella thinks you are a fundamentally good man. I'd like to believe her, so I'm prepared to give you a chance to prove it. Plus, she loves that painting. Were you the one who set the IRS on my father? No. Well, it was true. I hadn't been involved in it. And if I get this painting that you say that my father has, how do I get it to you? And how do I know you'll give it back to Bella? I'll be in touch, and are you really going to question my honesty, Mr. King? He studied me and I saw him shrink back. I may be beautiful, but I could also be intimidating. All right. I'll go to my father's place and see if it's there. Thank you. Oh, by the way, there is just one other thing. Oh. What? You want money to keep quiet? I got up looking at him scornfully. You couldn't buy my silence, Mr. King. No, I'll want you go too. He is her dog after all. He frowned. A painting and the dog. That's it? Yes, Bella values the things she loves, not wealth. Oh, and please don't keep me waiting too long. I'm inclined to become impatient. His hands were shaking as he picked up the empty whiskey glass. I'll see myself out while you pour another. You should probably clean this place up and grab a shower. Bella would hate to see the way you've let yourself go. And with that passing shot, I walked out, feeling good. Bella. I kept remembering what Esme had said. Will you be inviting your mom to the wedding? I didn't feel that I ever wanted to speak to my mother again after the things she had said to me, but time was getting short. If I didn't make peace with her now, then I never could. I decided to talk to Charlotte about it. Jasper had left it up to me. I think he felt if he had offered any advice, I could always use it against him in the future, although I would never do so. Talk to Charlotte by all means, but can I ask why you didn't discuss it with Esme while she was here? I sighed. I don't really know. I guess I wanted an unprejudiced hearing, and after the way that Renee treated Esme when she came to the house, besides, she thinks like a mom. I trust Charlotte to be objective. Fair enough. I'm glad you feel you can trust her. I'll go along with whatever you choose. Just remember that your decision to marry me and become a vampire means saying goodbye to your mom anyway. I know. I love you, Jasper. He grinned. I love you too, Bella. Only 3 more weeks and you were mine forever. It was a wonderful feeling. Only 3 more weeks and he would be mine for eternity. What more could I ask for? Charlotte and I were sitting on the porch watching the guys fooling around while painting the barn when she turned to me. You have something on your mind, Bella. I nodded. I hate to do this to you, but I have no one else to talk to. It's about my mom. She nodded but didn't speak, so I went on. Did Jasper tell you about what happened when she turned up at the house on Christmas morning? He didn't go into many details. He just said she turned up and that the things she said to you were very unkind. I take it she took Patrick's side. I nodded. She was furious when she discovered that I was involved with Jasper. She hated Edward for what he did to me and his family by association. Well, I can understand it. What mother wouldn't try to protect her child? I agree, but her attitude was that I'd got a good catch in Patrick King and I shouldn't throw it away. That I was looking at things the wrong way. Not so good. I know that your parents were divorced and that you lived with your mother most of your life. What was she like? Did she make it easy for you to keep in contact with your father? I shook my head, remembering the cruel jibes she'd made about Charlie at the Cullen house and before that. I don't think she liked my dad very much. I don't even know why she married him in the first place. But she loved you, so maybe she's one of those strange people who can't share their love with more than one person. Perhaps she was jealous of the connection you had with your father. But why would she attack me for leaving Patrick? You said she's remarried and you went to live with your dad at that point. She didn't want the responsibility of you any longer, but after your father died she felt the responsibility had fallen back onto her. Patrick was going to take you on, which got her off the hook. I shook my head. I agreed that Renee had little time for me after Phil came along, although he was a kind guy who tried to include me in everything, but there was more to the story than pushing me into Patrick's arms. I began to suspect that Bruce King, rather than his son, might have had something to do with her appearance in Phoenix at Christmas. When I explained my thinking to Charlotte, she looked sad and disappointed. I hope you're wrong, Bella. I hate to think a mother would do something like that. I made up my mind to speak to Renee and try to discover if I was right, so later that day I called her cell phone. Her voice was distinctly cool when she answered. Bella, I didn't expect to hear from you again. Are you calling to apologize for the way I was treated on Christmas Day? I actually called to find out why you visited. You told me that Patrick called you, but he said he didn't. That you just turned up. That was a lie, but I wanted to hear the truth from her, just once. Did he? Well, it was his father who called on his behalf. He said Patrick was too distraught to speak to me himself. So, I'd been right. Bruce called you? What did he expect you to do? Bang our heads together? I mean, it wasn't as if Patrick and I were school kids who'd had a petty squabble in the playground. She hesitated before answering. He was very upset because Patrick had already arranged so much of his life around you. Let's be fair, you two were about to get engaged, you were making wedding plans. So he asked you to put pressure on me to go crawling back to Patrick? No. He just asked if I could try to talk some sense into you. You and Patrick were the perfect couple. None of this would have happened if the cursed Cullen family hadn't pushed their noses into your life again. It wasn't like that. Patrick and I just weren't going to work. You do know that he wanted me to take the blame for the accident that sent me to there. Bella, it was an accident and I understand that he apologized. It was done in a stupid panic. You were turning your back on the kind of life I could only dream of. You could have anything you wanted. Money to spend, a big house, friends, influence. None of those things matter if there's no love there, Mom. Oh, grow up for heaven's sake, girl. You're talking like a child. Life isn't like the movies. It's hard and disappointing half the time. I don't believe that for 1 second, and I'm sorry that you do. So, you haven't come to your senses then? I guess that was too much to expect. You're just like Charlie. He thought that life was full of romance too. I did hope that maybe you would think of others' feelings as well as yourself for a change, but I guess that was too much to expect. Even now she couldn't leave my dad out of it, and I felt resentment building up inside me. What? Who should I be thinking of then? Patrick? How about me? Your mother. The person who gave up everything to raise you. I don't understand. What did my future with Patrick have to do with you? We would have been related to a wealthy family through you. Bruce and Magda were going to look after Phil and me. He even sent me the ticket to fly first class to Phoenix to talk some sense into you. He paid for my hotel room, none of your Fleabag motels. Oh no, a 5-star hotel no less. The Kings know how to look after people. Well, I thought. Now I know how much I meant to my mother. When she looked at me and Patrick together, she saw only dollar signs. I couldn't help myself, I had to burst her bubble. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but the King family is in serious financial trouble. What? She sounded horrified and her mood didn't improve as I explained about the IRS investigation. Did you have anything to do with this, Bella? No. How could I? And why would I? Who knows? You associate with such strange people, Bella. I never liked the Cullen family. Now that was a lie. She'd been impressed when I told her that Carlisle was a doctor, and even more so when she heard about the house and family. She'd been all over Edward at the hospital, impressed by his manners and demeanor. I'm sorry I've been such a disappointment to you, but you don't need to worry anymore. I'm Jasper's problem now, and I know he loves me and will look after me. She snorted. The only thing you can rely on in this life, Bella, is money. People always let you down. I should know, it happened to me often enough. Besides, that family dumped you without a word once before. What makes you think they won't do the same again? And don't come crying to me when they do, because I'll just tell you that you should have listened to me. I'm glad I don't think like you do, Mom. You won't be hearing from me again, so no need to concern yourself with my future. Oh, I know. After all, Charlie left you everything, didn't he? Not a cent for me, the mother of his child. I didn't matter. I didn't know what to say to that. Was she jealous that Charlie had left me his pension and the house? She had walked out on him when I was a baby and still expected him to provide for her even now. I would have given it all to have him back again, didn't she understand that? It made breaking the link with Renee easier, but it was still heartbreaking. I'd be careful with the insurance on that gallery of yours. You might just find your precious Jasper Cullen is only interested in getting his hands on the money. That was it. I'd had enough and this was the final straw. Goodbye, Mom. I cut the connection and dropped the phone onto the bed beside me. I felt numb for a moment and then the tears started. I truly was alone except for Jasper, Peter, Charlotte and the Cullens. I knew they would never treat me like that or abandon me, but even so. I had suspected that Renee hadn't acted out of love for me by coming to Phoenix, but to have it proved in such a brutal way was still painful. As the sobs continued to rack my body, I felt strong arms around me and knew that Jasper had sensed my pain and came running. I felt instantly loved and knew I'd made the right choice. To hell with Renee and the Canes, I was finally home. Patrick. When the mysterious woman Rose had left, I poured myself another stiff drink, then collapsed into my chair. She had said a lot of things, made serious allegations about my father. Did I believe her? I loved my father, but I wasn't blind to his shortcomings. Even so, a little fiddling of the accounts was a long way from arson. What did he hope to accomplish? Was it pure spite, or had he really believed that by destroying everything Bella owned it would bring us together again? This was all my fault. I hadn't taken our breakup well. I'd been devastated because, despite the idiotic things I had done, like pressuring Bella into taking responsibility for the accident, I truly loved her. Grief at losing her had turned to anger and I'd vented in my father's hearing. I had our future life together all mapped out, another failing on my part. I railed about how I would look like a fool in front of all my friends. It wasn't Bella's fault that I had just assumed she would marry me and opened my big mouth to everyone before discussing it with her. There was nothing I could do to win Bella back, and if I was being completely honest with myself, she deserved better. I could, however, retrieve the painting if indeed my father had possession of it. The painting, along with Hugo, would be my apology to Bella. I knew my father would be at the office with our attorney and accountant today, so I decided to drive over to the compound. With a little luck, Magda would be out and I would be free to liberate the painting without any fuss. I grabbed my car keys before realizing that I was too drunk to drive myself over there. The bottle of scotch, the third since Bella had left me, was 3/4 empty. Cursing, I called a car service and instructed the driver to take me to the family compound and wait for me. I slid the privacy screen across. I didn't want to make idle conversation. I was still mulling over what I'd been told. The thing that concerned me most was not that my father had burned down the gallery and gutted Bella's apartment, but that he knew someone who would do so. I wouldn't know where to start. I mean, there wasn't exactly a website, hire an arsonist. Yet he had found someone and got the deed done so quickly. Did I know my father at all? I was pretty sure he wasn't the same man I had known as a boy. He had changed since my mother died and he got married to Magda. At first, I had tried hard to like her, but she wasn't really interested in me or my brother. Magda was only interested in the good life and drove my father constantly. He may have had the capacity for evil, but she had brought it to the surface. When we arrived, I was dismayed to find that Magda was at home, although for once she seemed relieved to see me. Patrick, thank heavens. I've been stuck here on my own ever since this nonsense with the IRS blew up. All I have are the servants to talk to. It's been a nightmare. What's going on? I can't go out without the press following me and shouting questions. I frowned. I hadn't seen any press hanging around the compound, then realized she was exaggerating as she often did. What is going on? How long before your father sorts this out? I confronted him about that hooker Sophia, you know. She's behind all this. She's so money grabbing. If he's done anything illegal, it's because of her. To keep her happy, the bitch. I'd seen Sophia once and she seemed a much nicer person than my stepmother. If anyone was responsible, it was the harridan standing in front of me. Patrick, you've been drinking. Are you still pining for that little country girl, Betha? She couldn't even get Bella's name right. Before I could formulate an answer, she took my arm and dragged me into the lounge. I could do with a drink too, and I hate to drink alone. She called for Mary, who came in and poured drinks for us, although Magda could have done it in half the time. The bar was only 10 feet from where we were sitting. Once we were alone again, Magda leaned closer and whispered, "Did you hear what I did to that whore's apartment? It was great. Really satisfying." I hadn't, but I could guess, and I didn't want to hear a tirade of spite from her, so I just nodded. "This investigation is all a mistake. I mean, why would your father have a secret Swiss bank account? It's ridiculous." I could think of a good reason. Maybe it was his get out of jail fund. Save enough, then ride off into the sunset with Sophia. "Do you know where the file for the master's account is?" She stared at me confused. "Master's account? Are you still working?" I thought the business was shut, everything frozen by the IRS. "Not everything. This is one of my accounts. I think it's in Dad's study." She was on her second large drink, which was probably the fourth or fifth of the day, going by my warm reception and her sleepy eyes. "Probably, but it's locked. You know he doesn't like anyone going in there when he's out." "It's okay, he gave me a key." Her eyes narrowed, but then she waved a hand airily. "Oh, go on then. I suppose Bruce knows what he's doing." I swiftly left the room and made my way to Dad's study. I didn't have a key, but it didn't matter now. Instead, I used the knife I'd brought along in my pocket to force the lock, and sure enough, leaning against the far wall was the painting I had first seen hanging in Bella's bedroom. So it was all true. Picking up the painting, I walked straight out of the house and directed the driver to take me home. I had a lot of thinking to do. All I knew for sure was that my relationship with my father was at an end. He had tried to ruin Bella's life, and I would never forgive him for that. Bella. We decided to stay in Boulder until the wedding. It didn't seem worth going back to Phoenix, and I had finally relaxed away from the tension and bad memories of the fires. The ranch was so peaceful despite Peter's constant, if only half-hearted complaints about all the work he had to do as a result of my being there. I wouldn't mind so much, but Char is using this fucking wedding as an excuse to get all the jobs done I've spent years avoiding. I didn't quite get how that was my fault, but if I attempted to argue or smiled, it only made things worse. "Hey Bella. Don't think I'm gonna forget all this shit you're putting me through. Oh no. It's all going down in the book, and once you join us, I'm gonna get my own back big time. And don't you think you can hide behind the major, because I can whoop his fucking ass if need be." At first Charlotte was nervous. She thought I might take Peter's threats and moaning too hard, but I knew he didn't mean any of it. If he had, I'd have been thrown off the ranch long ago. It was his rather twisted way of welcoming me to the family, and I loved it. I never wanted to be treated with kid gloves as if I might break at any second. That had been one of Edward's big mistakes. He's pushed the rest of the family away and kept them at arm's length when he didn't need to. I'd never been in any danger from them. I was Edward's girlfriend and as such untouchable. The same held true here. Neither Charlotte nor Peter would hurt me. Jasper and I went for long walks, well, long for me considering my leg was still painful at times, but I didn't mind. Just being with him was all I ever needed or wanted. It didn't matter what we were doing. You do know that Peter and Charlotte are hoping that we might consider moving here permanently. I nodded. Charlotte mentioned it this morning. I love it here, but I'm not sure about sharing a house with them. I've lived mainly on my own for a long time now, and I do like a little space. Besides, they need space too. At the same time, I don't want to upset them. They've been so kind and generous, and I love them both. He smiled and squeezed my hand. "I'm happy about that." "Well, I do. I feel a part of the family. They made me feel that, and not just for your sake. Although otherwise, I think Peter might have decided to kill me just to get Charlotte off his back." He laughed. "Maybe. Anyhow, I thought you feel that way, so I had a word with Peter, told him we'd really like a place of our own. I tensed. How did he take it? I got the impression that Peter didn't take rejection well. Jasper smiled. Oh, I think he understood. Let's sit down, shall we? You look like you could do with resting that leg. I sat beside him on a rise overlooking the ranch. The view was breathtaking and went on and on. You could just see the ranch house and barns in the distance, but there wasn't another building in sight in any direction. It's so beautiful up here. My favorite place. Jasper put his arm around me, mine too. Which is why Peter suggested that we might like to build a cabin up here. That way we would be close enough to them but have our own space. It is just an idea, that's all. There's no pressure on you to accept. I stared out at the view that could be mine if I wanted, and then up into Jasper's golden eyes. Really? We could do that? We could, but it means you won't be close to Esme and the others. Would that bother you? They could visit us, couldn't they? Sure. It would be our place. You could invite whoever you like. Do you think they'd come? Knowing how Peter feels about them. You leave Peter to Char and me. Besides, he loves you too, and if having the Cullens to stay every so often is the price he has to pay for keeping you close, well, he'd gladly pay it, although he'd never admit as much himself. I'd love it. To look out and see this every day would be magical, especially with you by my side. Ah, that's just as well, seeing as how I come as part of the package. Then I'm sold. We can use the insurance money from the gallery to finance the build. How long do you think it would take? We won't need to touch that money. I think you should invest it. It's what Charlie would want you to do. Besides, Peter and I can do the building work. As for how long, that depends on getting the materials to the site. We sat there until the sun went down, planning our new home and our life together. It will be a good place for me to stay while I adapt to becoming a vampire. Jasper nodded slowly. As long as you're sure that's what you want. I sighed heavily. Please don't start with T. You don't have to do it speech. I do. I intend to stay with you for all eternity, Jasper Whitlock. And being here means you have Peter and Charlotte to help you with the scary newborn Bella Whitlock. He laughed. Scary, eh? Remember, I have plenty of experience with newborns. Yes, but never one you'd fallen in love with. That might give me an advantage. He pondered this, then grinned. Well, if you prove too much of a pain in the butt, I'll let Peter take over. That should be fun to watch. The winner is the last man standing. Last woman standing, you mean? He shrugged. Either way, it could be interesting. So, shall we tell Peter that we want to take him up on his offer? I nodded. Yes. I guess we should head back now. I was reluctant for this wonderful day to end. He pulled me down beside him. What's your hurry, darling? The moon's not up yet, and I thought we might fool around a little. I rolled on top of him. Are you making improper suggestions to a poor defenseless little girl all alone out here without a chaperone? I'll have you know I'm getting married in a couple of weeks. Then we'd better not waste any time. That boyfriend of yours could turn up any minute. As his lips met mine, all thoughts of the cabin, our new home, melted away, and I was lost in the sweetness of his kiss. I was disappointed at the news that Bella wouldn't be coming back to Phoenix before the wedding, but I did understand. After everything she had been through, I would probably have felt the same. There was some consolation at the other news I received. Alice would be arriving in a few days. I may have lost one daughter temporarily, but the other was coming home. I knew Alice wouldn't be staying, but I had missed her and been worried that she might never return. Rose and Emmett had moved to the property Alice had found for them along with Hugo, Bella's dog. Luckily, the creature was big enough not to be terrified of Emmett. In fact, as soon as it set eyes on him, the two had a bond. I think Hugo was glad to get out of Patrick's house. No one there really wanted him, not even Patrick. Holding on to the dog had been his way of punishing Bella. He didn't have a bond with the dog. It was left to the staff to look after its daily needs. Rose said he had seemed relieved when he handed the leash over to her. He also had the painting ready and waiting when she visited, and she could tell that he was extremely upset by his father's actions. Patrick asked Rose to pass on to Bella his apologies and his wishes for her happiness in the future, which I found quite touching. He may have been a thoughtless and selfish fool, but he had loved Bella. Just not in the way that she needed. When Alice arrived, I ran out to greet her, throwing my arms around her and holding her tight. "It's so good to see you again. Did you have a good trip?" Breaking free, she giggled. "I missed you too, Esm." "Yes, the flight was fine. Allow me to introduce you to Gabriel." She smiled encouragingly at the dark-haired young man who had stood shyly back until now, and he moved forward holding out his hand to me. "Esm, I've heard so much about you. It is good that we finally get to meet." I shook his hand and felt it tremble slightly. Why was he so nervous? "Is Carlyle here?" "No, darling. He had to go out for a while, but he'll be back as soon as he can." "Let's go inside." I asked Rose and Emmett to call later. Alice nodded. "Great. See, Gabriel, I told you that you had nothing to worry about. He's a little nervous about meeting everyone." I smiled broadly. "We won't bite, I promise. Come on in. I'll just get the cases from the car, then I'll join you." "Thank you again, Esm." I watched him walk slowly back to the car and turned to Alice, frowning. "Is he okay?" "He will be. Gabriel hasn't been a vampire that long. He didn't know such things as families like ours existed, and he finds the idea a little intimidating." I scowled. "Why on earth didn't you warn us?" "Bourbeau." She shrugged. "I thought it might be better if he didn't sense everyone was eyeing him up. He's really sweet, Esm. You'll love him when you get to know him." "I'm sure I will, but I wish you'd told us." Once inside, the ice was quickly broken, but I was glad the others hadn't been here when they arrived. It might have been too much for Gabriel, who was still extremely nervous. "So, Alice tells me this life is new to you. How long have you been a vampire, Gabriel?" He glanced at Alice, who nodded encouragingly. "Only about 5 years. When I met Alice, I was having a bad time adjusting. She helped me. Alice is a wonderful person." "Well, we certainly think so. Where did you meet?" Alice leaned forward. "It was quite exciting, really. I was out hunting in the forest and came across another hunter, the human type. While I was stalking the deer, Gabriel was stalking its hunter. I nearly died when Alice appeared. I didn't know what to do. My kills were very clumsy and I was covered in the hunter's blood. It was embarrassing, especially as I thought she was after my kill. I was fascinated, Alice, with what amounted to a virtual newborn. He attacked, but of course, I outsmarted him, and eventually, after we'd rolled around a little, I explained that I was there for him and not his kill. He took Alice's hand. She'd seen me in her visions and came to help me. Can you believe that?" "Actually, I can. Alice is very caring and she must have seen something special in you, Gabriel." That's what she said. I'd never been called special before. Gabriel was brought up in a Central American orphanage. He never knew his parents. Isn't that awful? He had no one at all. I understood that Alice was comparing Gabriel's early life to her own and seeing the similarities. "So, how did you become a vampire, Gabriel?" "I ran away from the orphanage when I was 13 and found my way into the favelas of Rio de Janeiro. I'm not proud of what I became there. Then one day, about a year later, I met a man connected to a charity who said he wanted to help me. I stole from him and disappeared back into the favela, and he came looking for me, which was a bad move. There are a lot of dangerous people there." He was murdered. I felt responsible, so when several years later another charity worker offered me some help, I realized how much I hated my life and took it. I'd almost decided to end it all, and she seemed the answer to my prayers. Unfortunately, she wasn't an aid worker at all. She was a vampire who preyed on young people like me. I think she got a kick out of hunting in the favela where we thought we were the predators. She was draining me when something startled her. I don't know what it was, but she ran. I didn't know what had happened or what was happening to me. When I woke up, all I knew was that hell was a place I never wanted to visit again. I taught myself to hunt and kill using the skills I learned in my human life, but I was an uncontrolled newborn according to Alice. It appears I was lucky not to have been taken out by the Volturi. Maybe because I kept moving from place to place and finally ended up in the USA where I met Alice, my angel. Sorry, my English is still a little mixed up, angel. This young man was smitten by our Alice and I thought I understood why she had fallen for him. Gabriel was yet another soul in need of her touch, a little like Jasper, although the two could not have been more different. Alice tells me that I was very lucky to live. I wouldn't have agreed before meeting her. I interrupted his story. I hear Carlyle draw up. He'll be very interested in your story, Gabriel, but you don't need to worry, you are more than welcome here as part of the family. Carlyle was fascinated as Gabriel repeated his life story, and I saw a look of understanding cross his face. The same understanding I had felt about Alice's decision to find the young man who was struggling so much to adapt to our life. There is just one thing, Gabriel, that I must ask you. Do you live on human blood? Because if you do, I must insist that you hunt far away from this house. We cannot afford to come under any suspicion. Gabriel nodded. I understand completely. Alice is helping me to change my diet, but it is hard and I do slip up from time to time. Don't worry, Carlyle. I'll take responsibility for Gabriel's diet while we are here. Carlyle nodded at Alice. Good. Well then, welcome to the family, Gabriel, and if I can help at all, I will. I saw the young man relax, relief written all over his face. Thank you, Carlyle. You are most gracious. So, I not only had a new daughter but a new son too. The family was growing and I couldn't have been happier. Alice. I knew Esmond Carlyle would get on okay with Gabriel now they'd finally met. When I first met him, Gabriel was a mess. I knew a little about newborns from Jasper, and although Gabriel wasn't exactly a newborn, he was acting like one. He was confused, angry, and at a loss how to survive. I also knew that the Volturi had been watching him. His actions weren't exactly low-key, but he deserved better than a quick death at the hands of one of their guards. I had also seen that he was the one for me. I'd seen Jasper too, but I'd known all along that we were never meant to stay together for all time. I'd let him think that purely because he needed the stability at the time and I was very fond of him. I had wondered if maybe we could grow to be mates, but it wasn't to be. When Edward turned up hand in hand with Bella, the visions came hard and fast. This was why I'd been drawn to Jasper. To lead him to his happily ever after, and Bella was the one to give it to him. It hadn't been easy befriending her, knowing all the time that she and my husband were meant to be together. Pretending that Edward was the one for her just to keep her close to the family. When Edward played the noble idiot and walked away, I thought it was going to mess everything up, but as usual, Jasper played the better man and insisted on looking after Bella. I tossed and turned a little trying to work out what my next move was, but then it hit me, this was how it was meant to be. The fates didn't need me anymore, they had their own plan and I could step away. It wasn't difficult to walk away from Jasper because I knew we were both heading for true love, but I know it hurt him at the time. Now my only concern was Gabriel and helping him to fit in with the family before the nasty stuff hit the fan, and it would, just not yet. His next obstacle was Emmett. Not because my brother was difficult to get along with, but because Gabriel was still feeling a little uncertain about himself and found anyone bigger than him intimidating, and Emmett was way bigger than poor Gabriel. I decided it would be better if we went out to the house to meet my brother and sister, and we drove over the following day. Don't worry about Em, he's really a pussycat. And Rosalie? Your sister? Rose will seem a little reserved. She always is around strangers, but if you get on with Emmett, that will win her over. Do you like dogs, by the way? Gabriel stared at me. Dogs? Do you mean to hunt? No, silly. As pets. Emmett is teaching Bella's dog, Hugo, some tricks. Oh, why does he have Bella's dog? It was a present from her ex-boyfriend, but he wouldn't let her take Hugo when they broke up. Rose persuaded him to hand the dog over to her. Gabriel smiled. Your family is very complicated, Alice. All the vampires I ever met before only cared about killing to feed. They never interested themselves in the lives of humans. I still don't quite understand why you all care so much, but I'm still learning. I guess we learned to care through Carlyle. Gabriel nodded. Yes, I like him. He's very deep and thoughtful and extremely committed to helping people. I can see why you consider Carlyle as a father. I wish I'd had a father like that. A mother like Esme too, she is so caring. Even to a stranger like me. You're not a stranger, Gabriel. You're my mate, which makes you family too. If that's true, it will be the first family I have ever had. Gabriel needn't have worried. Hugo came running over to greet us, and as soon as he jumped up, putting his paws on Gabriel's shoulders and kissed him, that was it. If Hugo accepted Gabriel, then so did Emmett, and in turn, Rosalie, although she took a little longer to open up. Leaving the guys to talk animals, Rose and I went inside. I was shocked when I saw Gabriel. He's nothing like Jasper. I know, but he needed my help just the same, and he's so sweet. He's still learning to trust people, but that's understandable considering his past. He never had anyone worth giving his trust. Do you see a common thread, Rose? She frowned and then nodded. I guess so. Another broken life for Carlyle to put back together. Not one of us had a decent human life except Emmett. He was just a wild child. I was deceived and raped by the man I thought loved me and his friends. You were abandoned by your family to the hell of an asylum. Esme was married to an abuser and lost her only child, and Jasper was turned into a killing machine by that bitch in Mexico. Edward would argue that he didn't need saving, but that's a lie. He had a distant, cold father and a mother who virtually held him captive, smothering him with her love. His weakness was his self-image as a misunderstood artist. A bit like a tragic Byron or Keats. He still likes to act the part sometimes. So, he hasn't improved? No. Well, not really. I think he's a little less dramatic since he married Sasha. You'll meet her at the wedding unless they decide against coming. I don't think he's keen on attending, but Sasha is desperate to see Bella again. Believe it or not, she likes Bella. Oh, I don't mean that as it sounded. I just meant I expected her to be jealous. I think Bella helps Sasha with control of her gift. It's like she stops it affecting other people in the same way she stopped Edward reading her mind. Rose frowned, but Bella only stopped Edward reading her mind. She didn't affect anyone else. I hesitated. I think her gift is getting stronger. Maybe it's leaking out enough to prevent Sasha's influence darkening everything around her. Oh, I see. Do you think it will manifest itself once Bella becomes a vampire? I nodded. I was sure that it would, but unfortunately not soon enough to help my situation. Rose, I need some advice. Rose smiled. You were asking me for advice. I thought you could see all the possibilities. This is different, and I don't always see the future or even possibilities. It's to do with Gabriel. Okay, what's the problem? Are you having second thoughts about him? She was frowning, and I stopped, shocked by her words. She must know that I wasn't, or I wouldn't have brought him to meet the rest of the family. I tried to explain. We do want to go to the wedding, but there is a complication. You don't need to worry about Bella. She's more nervous about seeing you again than could ever be about meeting her. Or is this about Jasper? You two parted on amicable terms, didn't you? I was about to tell her more when the guys walked in along with Hugo, who came over wagging his tail and sat down expectantly, staring at me with his huge brown eyes and panting. I put my hand down and stroked his fur, which was thick and silky, and he immediately lay down, rolling over, his tail still wagging fast. He wants a tummy rub. You're honored. He doesn't do that for everyone, Alice. With a sigh, I slid down to sit on the floor beside him and began rubbing his tummy, which caused a tornado as his tail went from wagging side to rotating like a helicopter. I was sure he would take off at any second. Gabriel was grinning broadly, and I knew he had a new best friend, Emmett. Bella. Esme called to tell us that Alice had arrived along with her mate, Gabriel. She described him and his history. I think he's going to be a little nervous about meeting Jasper, but it sounds like he got on well with Emmett and Rose. Did Alice say anything else? Yes, she's thrilled you two are getting married, so stop worrying, Bella. How is Charlotte getting on with your dress? Is there any chance of a pre-ceremony peek? I think so. It's almost ready. The trouble is that Peter is trying to get a peek too. He's tried everything. He even set up a remote control camera in her sewing room. Esme laughed and it was funny, but Charlotte was getting very angry with Peter. I wasn't sure he understood just how close he was to getting both barrels. Esme, do you think Carlisle would walk me down the aisle? I've been wanting to ask him, but I thought I'd check with you first. I don't have anyone I'd rather ask. I'm sure he will be delighted. Is Peter going to stand as Jasper's best man? Yes, so far. But he's been warned. Any funny business and he's going to find himself down the well in chains and under a ton of quick-setting concrete. Can you think that will stop him? Not really, but it's the best we could think of at the time. I hesitated, then plunged on, as Jasper and I are building a cabin on the ranch. I hope you don't think it means I don't love the family, but... Asm stopped me. Bella, I'm delighted for you. Just promise me you'll visit your family, remember? I heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you, Asm. I was worried you might feel I was abandoning you, the family, and after all you've done for me I would hate that. Well, you can stop worrying. You'll have worry lines on your wedding day otherwise. We'll be with you 2 days before the wedding. I've booked a couple of hotel rooms for us and I hope we can have a bridal shower. All us girls together. I know Emmett has been in contact with Jasper about their stag night. Oh, has he? That's news to me. I just hope Emmett can keep Peter under control, or God knows where my bridegroom might end up. I found Jasper sawing planks while Peter was busy putting shingles on the roof of our new home. Standing there I had to smile. A photograph of the two of them shirtless would be a sellout as a poster for any girl with a pulse. Are you gonna stand there ogling the fucking goods, or are you here to help? I should have known Peter wouldn't miss my arrival or the opportunity to comment on it. Actually, I thought you'd have that roof finished by now, Captain Whitlock. Peter scowled. You should get that girl away from Charlotte, she's beginning to fucking sound like her now. Geez, give us a break, Bella. I'm working my ass off while you're bold dicks about with those planks. I stuck out my tongue and Peter laughed, getting back to his work. Something on your mind, darling? I nodded and moved closer to him. I just spoke to Esm. And? She told me that Emmett has been in touch with you. Oh, right. And you're worried about my bachelor party? I glanced up at the roof. I'm worried about what Peter might do, yes. Don't worry. He threw an arm around me and pulled me close for a kiss. Emmett, Carlisle and I are a match for him. I hope you're right, because if you don't turn up I might just marry one of the horses. He laughed. Well, now that might be worth seeing. No. I'll be there waiting for you, Bella. Wild horses couldn't keep me away. Changing the subject, I told him about Alice and Gabriel. So, you're still worried about seeing Alice again? Not so much now. I know that Gabriel is nervous about meeting you. Well, it's going to be a real fucking barrel of laughs, I can see that. Our Bella and the boys and dwarf scowling at each other while you and her latest discovery fight it out in the dirt. Man, I'm gonna enjoy this wedding like no other. We both turned on him. Peter. Jasper pointed a finger at him. You aren't going to make it to the wedding if you open your mouth one more time, Captain. Peter put on a real pout. Geez, you're no fun, Major. I'm gonna take my hammer and go home. I'm not playing anymore. He sauntered off, swinging the hammer back and forth and cackling maniacally. How did you put up with him for so long? You could have snuffed him out just like that. I snapped my fingers. He smiled. I keep him around to remind me what a pain in the ass some people can be. The hammer whizzed over our heads. Psychopathic, Major. Not just a pain in the ass. Remember that. And you? Bella, if you wake up in the dark one night and see a fucking shape looming over you, just remember what you said a minute ago. I walked over and picked up the hammer. I'll be sure to sleep with this then. And I thought you were such a sweet little thing. Guess I got that wrong. Jasper was shaking his head. I'm not sure which is worse. A wife he hates or a wife he likes. You're both crazy. I know, but you love me. I reached up onto my tiptoes and kissed his cheek. Me too, honey. Peter had crept up behind us and kissed Jasper on the other cheek. The last I saw of them, Peter was making for the barn with my husband to be in hot pursuit. Shaking my head, I headed back inside to the sanity of Charlotte's kitchen to make coffee and wait until the dust settled. Charlotte. Our guests were due to arrive today, and this evening Esme was going to whisk all us girls away for Bella's bachelorette party. I was relieved it wasn't going to be held here at the ranch, because with the best will in the world I knew I couldn't promise that Peter wouldn't arrange to do something to interrupt the proceedings. Bella wasn't the type for a strippergram or a pub crawl, even though we would have managed somehow to give her the rite of passage that she deserved if she had. Instead, Esme had rented the bridal suite at the most expensive hotel in Boulder for 2 nights. This meant that not only would we be out of harm's way before the bachelor party for the major kicked off, but Bella could get ready for her wedding in peace and quiet. It would be interesting to see Alice's reaction to the arrangements Bella and I had settled on for the ceremony and the all-important dress. I vividly remembered her wedding to our friend. I swore if Westminster Abbey in London had been available, she would have insisted on booking it. If anyone went overboard, it was Alice Cullen. There were the botanical gardens hired for the evening where the wedding ceremony took place, and her dress, which probably cost what a working man earned over his entire lifetime, with Venetian lace, gold leaf, silver thread, mother of pearl buttons, diamonds sewn on the gown in heart shapes with ruby centers. And the poor Major, all done up in his penguin suit, as Peter insisted on calling it. As a matter of fact, every male was dressed up like the penguin, ready for the oven, and while Carlyle carried it off to perfection, both Emmett and Peter spent the entire ceremony fidgeting and ignoring hostile stares from the bride. I know the wedding is the bride's big day, I understand that, but it's still possible to go over the top. It wasn't what I would have chosen or the Major if he'd had any say in matters, which he hadn't. I wondered afterwards if Alice had been having fun, like a little girl dressing up as a make-believe princess. She had looked incredible, and I knew that she had loved the Major, but somehow something was missing. That indefinable sparkle that you see on a bride's face was missing. She acted the part, but her heart wasn't in it, and now I thought I knew why. The next hurdle was the meeting between ex and future wife, although I doubted either would be anything but friendly to the other. They had no axes to grind. Alice had her mate, Gabriel, and the Major his, Bella, but it must be strange the two meeting as friends again after the history that they shared. Esme had called before they left to ask me to keep an eye on things when they arrived. Keep an eye on things? Are you referring to Peter? Because if you are, I promise you that he is on his best behavior. He would never do anything to spoil things for Bella. Oh, no? I'm sorry, Charlotte. Please don't think that. I'm not really sure what I do mean. Do you ever get the feeling that something is coming? You don't know what, but it's coming. I just get the feeling that something unforeseen is going to crop up. Is it Edward? I mean, I know he dated Bella, but he was the one who finished their relationship and he's married now. No, I don't think it's got anything to do with Edward or Sasha. In fact, she's excited at the thought of seeing Bella again. I can't put my finger on it, but I thought if we were both on alert, if there is any trouble, we could jump on it before it becomes noticeable. Her words had stayed with me. I did know that feeling she was talking about. Like you can feel trouble in the air even though things are going along smoothly enough at the time. Vigilance would be my watchword, although I wouldn't mention anything to Bella or the Major. Bella was sitting in the window watching the driveway, excited and nervous by turn to see her guests arrive. What do you think Esme has planned? You don't think she's going to drag us to a strip joint or anything, do you? I laughed. I can't see Esme watching the Chippendales, can you? Stop worrying. As long as they don't decide to strip you, tie you down and send you up north on a Greyhound, you'll be fine. For a second I saw panic in her eyes, and then she laughed. Good one. I'll take the Chippendales if that's the choice. Where are the guys? I shook my head. Peter is in the barn, I think, but I'm staying well away. Whatever his devious little mind has cooked up, we're better knowing nothing about. He's under orders to show his face when our guests arrive and then take the boys out to play while we head off. And if I see hide or hair of him for the next couple of days, I'm going to turn him into a eunuch for a couple of decades. Bella grimaced. That should work. I sighed. Who knows with Peter? But I've given it my best shot. He and Jasper have their orders to have the chairs and tables set up, the lights and flowers arranged, and the celebrant ready and waiting on the day. Other than that, they are on their own. Did you pack my dress? I packed everything, now stop worrying. She jumped suddenly. They're coming. I followed her out onto the porch, smiling indulgently and remembering how young she was. All this was scary and exciting for her, while the rest of us were a little more world-weary. I was actually enjoying seeing things through the eyes of someone going through it all for the very first time. It brought back memories I thought long dead. Peter leaned against the wall of the barn with a welcoming grimace, which in him passed for a welcoming smile. Bless him, he was trying. While Jasper joined us, wrapping his arms around the both of us as we waited for the two cars to park. Carlisle, Edward and Sasha were in the first, but it was the second that drew our attention when the rear door opened and a huge dog jumped out barking excitedly and made straight for Bella. She dropped to her knees, her eyes sparkling with joy as she threw her arms around the huge hound and cuddled it close to her. You go, baby. Emmett followed the dog, beaming with delight to see the two reunited. Just a little early wedding present, Bells. With one hand on the dog's enormous head, she threw the other around Emmett and kissed him in thanks. You got Hugo for me. Thank you so much, Emmett. He shook his head as the dog chewed on his fist. Not me. That was all down to Rosie. I just transported the mutt here. The two of them knelt to fuss the overexcited dog while Rosalie, Alice, and a guy who must be her mate, Gabriel, followed. I felt it immediately. Something had changed, and I looked around to see the group from Carlisle's car walk over to join us. Esmond and Carlisle were in the lead, and suddenly Sasha stopped, pulling Edward back to her side. She was staring at Gabriel, who, at that moment, had turned and seen her. You? His face twisted in anger, and he took a step towards her but was held back by Alice's grip on his arm. Gabriel, please. Don't make a scene. It was a long while ago, and it's what brought us together. Esmond and I exchanged glances of understanding. She had told me the story of how Alice and Gabriel met and about his past. Looking at Sasha's startled expression, it was plain that the two knew each other. Sasha recovered first and walked slowly over to Gabriel, holding out her hand to him. I didn't know you were Alice's husband. It's a good thing that I let you live. So Sasha was Gabriel's sire. He looked down at the outstretched hand and then back into Sasha's face while Alice kept her grip on his arm. Turning to Alice, he frowned. You knew, didn't you? Why didn't you tell me that she would be here? I thought you might not come if I did, and this is important to me, to us. We're all family now. Surely you can forgive Sasha for what she did. It is the reason you and I are standing here together after all. And you understand what drove her to attack you. Now you're a vampire too. Sasha hadn't moved. Her hand was still outstretched towards Gabriel, and she waited. Gabriel shook his head. I won't shake the hand of the woman who turned me into a vampire. I can forgive, but I'll never forget. Sasha nodded, her smile sad now. That's okay, I understand. I'm glad I didn't kill you all the same. Why didn't you? She shook her head, looking puzzled. I don't know. I'd never left a human alive before, and never since. I just sensed something. That's the only way I can explain it. Maybe we can become friends in time. Gabriel shrugged curtly and turned to Bella. I know this is the first time we have met, but I wanted to give you something for the wedding. In Brazil, it is traditional for the bride to wear gold shoes, and I know you must have your outfit already arranged, so please accept this from Alice and me. He handed Bella a small box tied with a silver ribbon. Inside was a thin gold bracelet, and hanging from it was a pair of gold high-heel shoes. Bella was delighted and insisted on trying it on immediately before hugging both Alice and Gabriel and thanking them with tears in her eyes. It had certainly broken the ice between her and Alice, even if there was still tension in the air between Gabriel and Sasha. It seemed crazy. There was a whole world out there, full of millions of humans, yet Gabriel and his sire had ended up connected to the same small family of vampires. What were the odds against that? Peter, who had shaken hands with the other guests and been liberally drooled on by Hugo, came sauntering over and grinned at Alice as he held out his hand. You know something, Alice Cullen? We can always rely on you to supply a good fucking dose of mayhem to any occasion. She merely smiled back, shaking his hand gently. Why thank you, Peter. Such a sweet greeting. I see you haven't lost any of your southern charm. He laughed and I knew everything was going to be fine. Unless that is, Sasha and Gabriel decided to go toe to toe, but that seemed unlikely now. I ushered everyone inside and we sat talking for a few minutes before folks went to put their cases in the rooms set aside for their stay when I noticed Esme gesturing for me to join her outside. As soon as I did so I understood why. Edward was holding Alice's arm and scowling at her fiercely. Is this your idea of a joke, Alice? Are you trying to ruin Bella's big day? He hissed. Alice pulled free, still gazing at him placidly, which probably upset him even more. No, Edward. I'm the last person to want to spoil the day for Bella, but if I'd warned you, would you have come? Well, of course not. I would never put Sasha in such an awkward position. Exactly. And Bella would have been upset at your absence. Besides, the two of them would have met at some time, so why not now? I suppose you and Gabriel had a good chuckle about how you were going to pull this stunt on her. I didn't tell Gabriel either. I just relied on his common sense and self-control to get him through the shock. Yeah, sure you did. Asm stepped in. He didn't expect to see Sasha here, Edward. It was plain by his reaction. He was as shocked as she was. I nodded my agreement and Edward took a step back from Alice. Well, I still think it was a mean trick to play, but about par for the course with you, dear sister. Esme stepped in to defuse the situation. Edward, I understand that you're just thinking about your wife's feelings, but this is Bella's party and her big day is coming up, so either you swallow your male ego and play nicely, or I suggest you turn around and leave now. I'd rather that you did the former, but it's up to you. As he opened his mouth to reply, Sasha sauntered out and looked at us, blinking in surprise. She chuckled and took her husband's hand. Edward, don't be such a dick. If anyone deserves to be upset by Alice's great reveal, it's Gabriel, not me. He didn't do anything. I attacked and almost killed him. I turned him into a vampire. He's entitled to feel a little aggrieved. Now, come on inside and smile. We'll be leaving with Bella in a few minutes and I do not want you and me to part on bad terms. It was amusing to see the great Edward Cullen taken down a peg or two by his wife, and he knew I was laughing inside, but he gritted his teeth and allowed her to guide him back inside. Esme chided Alice for not warning her, or me, about the connection between Sasha and Gabriel, but she just shrugged, her favorite gesture it seemed. I didn't want anyone trying to give me advice on how to play this. I looked at the alternatives and this seemed the most likely to turn out well. And it has. Now come on, let's get the bride-to-be out of here and leave the boys to play. I intend to enjoy myself and I suggest you relax and do the same. I watched her back as she disappeared, then turned to Esme. I don't know how you put up with the girl, Esme. Esme smiled. She's generally right, Charlotte. Maddening, but right. Come on, let's hit the road. A few minutes later we bundled into one of the pods and sped off down the drive, waved off by the guys who looked as if they had something planned by the eagerness of the waves and the guilty gleam in their eyes, all except Edward, who was still sulking like a smallboy. He'd better give up on it pretty quick or Peter would latch onto it and make his life a living hell for the next 48 hours. The last thing I saw was Hugo running circles around the guys and barking excitedly. He at least was enjoying himself. I just wondered if Peter had taken the dog into account when arranging this bachelor's party, or if we would have done better to take him with us. I sighed, deciding that Hugo could probably look after himself for a few hours if necessary. I shouldn't have worried about my party, not with Esme in charge of the arrangements, but I was still relieved when we ended up in the presidential suite of a very expensive hotel in Boulder. It was huge, plenty of room for us to spread out, and room service appeared with a huge buffet-style platter and 4 bottles of champagne. I'm not going to drink all that. I know, but it would have looked a little suspicious if I'd just ordered sodas. This is a bachelorette party after all. We'll take what you don't drink back to the ranch. You can open one after the ceremony. I happen to know that everyone, with the possible exception of Peter, will be toasting the happy couple. Now, Bella. Relax. Rose had rented some movies and we sat together chatting and laughing as the first one started. The last thing I expected to see was A Dog's Purpose, but she explained that this was Ahmet's choice. I asked everyone to choose a movie for you, Bella. And I'll apologize in advance for Peter's. I have no idea what it is. He handed it to me in a plain case and there's nothing printed on the disc. I could only imagine what he dug up, probably something XXX rated and sure to shock. Hopefully it would be the last one we viewed, or if the gods were smiling down on me we might run out of time. Feeling a little uncomfortable to be at my bachelorette party along with Jasper's first wife, I tensed when she stood up and smiled, holding up a glass of champagne. A toast to the bride. I understand this could be a little awkward and I'd like to put Bella at ease. You have captured the soul of a very special man, Bella. Look after him and he'll never let you down. I smiled. She was right, her words had put me at ease, and I took a sip of my champagne, wrinkling my nose as the bubbles tickled. Thank you, Alice. Rosalie, who had been sitting cross-legged on the floor, suddenly produced a pack of cards which she proceeded to shuffle expertly. Who's ready for a game of truth or dare? I wasn't at all sure that I was, but everyone else shouted their agreement, so I was outnumbered. Right. Rules of the game. If you prefer not to answer the question, the person next to you gets to choose a dare card for you. No one is allowed to skip more than one truth question back to back, and at the end of the game we will go out on the town as a group and all dares must be completed within 1 hour. Everyone got it? I thought I'd throw in a rule of my own to even up the playing field, because I was sure that my companions would be far more willing to answer embarrassing questions than I would. Okay, but as it's my party I get to choose a dare card for each one of you, so no one gets away scot-free. Agreed. The ease with which they all agreed told me that not one of them would mind making a fool of themselves in public. I just wished I had half the self-confidence of my companions. Of course, being the object of the party, I was given the first go. Rose picked out a card and turned it over. Bella, what is your weirdest habit? Oh, that's easy. Falling for vampires. Even Sasha found that one amusing, although as I said it I could have bitten my tongue seeing her watching me. Alice, have you ever gone a whole day without wearing underwear? Alice beamed. Do you usually wear any? There was uproar and finally she grinned. Yes. When I was in the asylum. But don't worry people, I'm wearing some now. See? She pulled up her top to reveal a very sheer and sexy black bra. Something I could never have gotten away with. Esme, what is the wildest thing you've ever done? Esme thought about that for a minute, then smiled. Run naked through a pride of lions in Kenya. Everyone stared at her in amazement. What? Do you think I'm an old lady or something? Besides, it was a dare. Who dared you? Her eyes opened wide. Carlisle, of course. I would never strip off in front of any other man. My conception of Carlisle was undergoing a sharp change after hearing that. Charlotte, who was your strangest crush? Crush? That would have to be while I was still human. When we went into town to the feed store, I used to hang around outside hoping to see the guy who moved the sacks of stuff around. He was way older than me and had eyes that crossed, but every time I saw him my heart would thump like crazy. I used to fantasize that he would notice me, even talk to me, but he never did. I even remember his name, Nobby Norman. I burst out laughing. Nobby Norman. Why was he called that? Charlotte looked a little embarrassed. I asked my eldest sister that one day and she said it was because he chased after all the townswomen and got a lot of them on account of his legendary member. It was supposed to be 8 inches long. So you never got to find out for yourself? No, Sasha, I did not. I was only 14 at the time. I almost missed Rosalie's question. I was still thinking about Nabi Norman. Asm held the card up. Right, Rose. Your turn. What is the most embarrassing thing that's ever happened to you? Rose pondered, then giggled. That would have to be Emmett walking in on me astride Edward, who was naked at the time. That one caused silence in the room, as she had known that it would. I don't wish to appear rude or anything, but why were you astride my husband? We all broke out laughing at Sasha's delicately put query. That's not like it sounds. I was in the garage finishing a repair on his Porsche when Edward sauntered in from the garden. He'd been on my back to get the repair finished for almost 2 weeks, and he made some stupid flippant comment about a monkey being able to work faster. I hit him so hard he flew through the air, and as he fell to the floor his shorts caught on the vise and ripped off. I landed on his chest ready to whack him again when Emmett walked in. Oh, Rose. I wish I'd seen that. It must have been a hoot. Neither Edward nor Emmett thought so, unfortunately. Alice. My life seemed so staid and boring listening to all these stories, and I wondered if any of them were actually true or if they had all been made up for my benefit. Sasha was the last to get a question. What is the main thing that attracts you to someone? Main, that would have to be their butt. I have a thing about tight little butts. Again the room was filled with mirth. She hadn't even needed to think. Now that had to be a truthful answer. I must remember to look at Edward's ass next time I met him to see what all the fuss was about. I was sure I was blushing, but no one seemed to notice. The second round I learned that Esme had bumped into a stranger's car and left without saying anything, that Alice's best kiss was from Garrett at a Christmas party. If Charlotte were a man for an hour she'd like to try pee standing up, and Rosalie's worst fear would be waking up to find Emmett had changed sex. Sasha declined to answer her question of the last lie she had told, as I did my guilty pleasures, and everyone ended up with a dare. We left the hotel in high spirits and made our way to a bar nearby. It was pretty crowded, but we found a table close to a group of college students and ordered a round of drinks, which would be slipped to a bedraggled plant just behind us. It looked as if it required our intervention already, so I doubted the alcohol would be too much of a shock to its system. Go on then, Alice. You first. Alice got up and walked gracefully up to a guy who was seated at the bar, his bald head gleaming in the lights. She bent close and whispered in his ear, then as he nodded she kissed him on the head, grinning over at us as she did so. That's not fair. She isn't supposed to ask permission first, pointed out Charlotte. Never mind, we'll just issue her an extra dare. Now, I think it's my turn. Asm had picked out her target, a group of men watching a football game, and joined them. Within seconds she had their attention, insisting she have their autographs. When they tried to point out that she was mistaken, she became even more insistent that she knew she'd seen them on TV the night before dancing. Eventually, they all agreed to sign their names on her thigh with a pen she carried with her. I noticed more than one shaking hand and a fair amount of ogling as they did so. If only I had her courage. We moved on, and Sasha persuaded a young cop to stop his motorbike long enough for a selfie with her. I'm sure he was more than willing. He would gladly have had photos taken with all of us, but he got a call and had to leave. Charlotte photobombed a couple's romantic selfie, making Cupid-like motions in the background, and then asked them to take a photo of her. I think the girl would have told her where to go, but the guy just smiled. Sure. Where's your camera? Can we use yours? Well, I guess so, but you won't have a copy that way. That's okay, I know you'll keep it, and if we meet again you can show it to me. We probably won't meet again. My girlfriend and I are only here on vacation. That's fine. I don't live here either, but maybe we'll bump into each other again. He frowned, not getting her logic. Maybe you could give me your phone number and I'll send you a copy. Oh, I don't have a cell phone. An email address? Nope. Facebook account? Twitter? WhatsApp? No. Please, can I take a selfie? That's all I want to do. I was close to peeing myself seeing the girlfriend's annoyance and his utter confusion. In the end, the girlfriend snatched the phone and snapped a photo of Charlotte. There. Done. See? Charlotte backed away, her arms out in front of her. No. What's that? Who is that? They frowned. It's you. Me. Charlotte stared at the photo, then laughed. That's not me. I've got long ears and big teeth. I'm a rabbit. See? She hopped away, leaving the couple to stare after her in disbelief. Rosalie was perfect as she climbed up on stage in a bar and proceeded to pole dance despite there being no pole, only a wooden beam, to the cheers and catcalls of the assembled guys. If I'd tried something like that, I would probably have broken my neck and certainly lost every shred of dignity, but she pulled it off like a pro. Finally, there was only mine left, and I knew they were saving my dare for maximum embarrassment value. Sure enough, as we walked through a crowded mall, Alice and Sasha began singing "Who Are the One That I Want," at which point I had to dance to the song. I have never been so embarrassed in my life, but the alcohol dulled my senses enough that I managed it, only to find they repeated the action in the next bar and the diner we stopped at afterwards. Why did I get the only multi-dare out of all of them? It was rigged. We did insist that Alice take another dare that involved her persuading a stranger that she was a Russian aristocrat and kiss her hand. I had my doubts when Rosalie pointed to the guy who was to be her mark. He was dressed in torn jeans and a grubby t-shirt with a heavy metal band name stenciled on the back, and was busking outside a subway station. It took her a little while, but I think in the end he worked out that the only way he was going to get rid of this foreign pest, lovely as she was, would be to do as she asked. I was surprised at the graceful way he stood up and bowed over her hand, then sank back down and continued his guitar playing as if nothing had happened. Were the guys having as much fun as us? I just hoped Peter hadn't dared Jasper to a lap dance or something similar. I would not like that one bit. Luckily, I hadn't been forced into any awkward encounters with persons of the opposite sex. I'd probably had too much to drink. I found myself giggling a lot and the sidewalk had become extremely uneven, but I made my way back to the hotel with the help of my friends and fell asleep as soon as my head hit the pillow. The following morning I woke to find the others giggling over something at the table. I had a headache and vowed never to touch champagne again, not ever. Then I remembered downing several cocktails in the bars we visited. What the heck had been in them? Thank goodness I wasn't getting married today. I would have looked like Frankenstein's mother staggering down the aisle. I showered and dressed, trying to avoid my reflection in the mirror, then joined my friends, who all looked as if they had recently stepped off the front cover of any expensive fashion magazine. Breakfast was waiting for me. Pancakes with maple syrup and strawberries and a pitcher of orange juice. How are you feeling, Bella? You look a little tired. Well, I'm fine, Esm. Or at least I will be when I've had some of the juice. I gulped down 2 beakers of juice before starting on the pancakes. What were you looking at? Oh, that? Just a photo album. We took some pictures last night so you'd have a keepsake. Sasha and Rosalie put it together while you were sleeping. I was touched, it was such a lovely gesture. Can I see? Finish your breakfast first, Bella. You look like you need the energy. Don't forget it's pamper day today. All you have to do is to sit back, relax, and let us take care of you while you watch the DVDs the guys sent for you. I was still a little nervous about what Peter had sent, but Sasha smiled so sweetly I thought whatever it was I could get through it. Please, nothing called Hooker Brides or Nightmare on Elm Street. When I finished eating, I joined the others and picked up the photo album, a beautiful leather-bound album with Bella's secrets embossed on the front. My secrets? Had I forgotten some of the things I did last night? Surely not, I wasn't that wasted. I opened the album and began flipping through the pages, my eyes widening and my mouth dropping open as I did so. These aren't what happened last night. I didn't kiss the guy with the bald head or have a selfie with the cute cop. I turned to the next page and gasped, and I certainly never got that group of guys to sign their autographs on my thigh. Alice giggled, the pictures don't lie, Bella. Well, these do. I distinctly remember Asm bearing her thigh. Asm stared at me, eyes wide with innocence. Me? She looked so shocked and innocent that at first, I wondered if I had misremembered the night before, but then I saw the twinkle in Charlotte's eye. Yes. You, Asm. Poor Bella. How will you ever explain all this to the guys? Jasper especially. I slammed the album shut. I won't, because he's never going to see them. Too late, sang Alice. I sent another copy express delivery to the ranch. They should have it by now. I groaned and sat heavily on the couch, still holding the album. You should see the back page. It's my favorite, Alice. Mine too, Rosalie. I flipped to the back page, which showed me pole dancing, the same pole dancing that Rose had performed last night. Not only that, but I had several dollar bills poking out of my cleavage. Now I knew the photos had been tampered with and felt a little easier. I could cope with being teased, but not with thinking I was so drunk I hadn't known what I was doing. I'd get my own back in time. I was determined on that. Carlisle. I had been a little nervous about attending a bachelor party thrown by Peter Whitlock, but it seemed that Emmett had been in prior contact with him and things had been arranged between them. He had brought with him his paintball equipment, and it soon became clear that we were going to split into two teams. The object of the game was for the two teams to attempt to capture Jasper in a set time. If he could remain free, then he was safe from any tricks. If not, well, the decision would be left to the team that captured him. It didn't sound very fair to me, but Jasper seemed happy enough. He was either very confident of his ability to remain free or he had a plan. What about Hugo? It was Emmett. Peter grinned. No tracking dogs allowed, Cullen. We can't make it too difficult for the Major. I've locked him in the barn with a bucket of water, a blanket, and a couple of huge bones. I would have got him a girlfriend too, but I didn't have the time. Peter waited, but Emmett seemed happy enough with the arrangements outlined, so he continued. Right, Emmett, you take Edward and Gabriel. Carlisle, you'll team up with me. I glanced at Peter to see he was grinning mischievously. Any particular reason for the groupings? Yeah, Carlisle. The way I see it, if you capture the Major, and that's pretty fucking unlikely without help, you'd be too easy on him, and I know Emmett and Edward would listen to you. This way, if we capture my friend, I know we'll make him suffer, and if they do, then I'm guessing Edward will come up with some interesting punishment. He was right, of course. I would have suggested something simple, while Edward might be tempted to make Jasper pay for the slights he felt his brother had subjected him to over the years. There was also the dark horse, Gabriel. Alice's mate might not object to his wife's ex-husband suffering a little before his wedding day. Well, there was nothing I could do but to play along, try to enjoy myself, and hope that poor Jasper managed to stay out of our clutches for the next 12 hours. You would have made it 24 hours, but we have the small matter of a wedding to get ready for, and my dear wife has left me yet another fucking list. At least they put along, so all the strong lads will be working at age when the Major here gets this party. Jasper stared at him apprehensively. A what? A spade. It's what all these fucking brides-to-be seem to get, so I figured we should stand up for the neglected men of the world. He slapped Jasper on the back with an evil grin on his face. So, my friend, you are going to get a spade too. The full fucking works: massage, manicure, pedicure, moxibustion. Moxie what? Peter shrugged. Fucked if I know, but it was on the list, so I booked it too. I opened my mouth to explain that it was a Chinese heat therapy, but a warning glance from Peter made me shut it again without speaking. I figured a little suspense wasn't going to hurt Jasper too much. Good move, Doc. I nodded. Coming from Peter, this was a compliment. While we were giving Jasper his half-hour head start, the only rule was that he had to stay on the ranch property. I asked Peter about this spa day. Just where is this spa, Peter? What spa? Oh, you mean the one I booked for the Major? Right here, Doc. On the ranch. Fuck paying their prices for a bit of a sauna and a rub down with a dead mouse. A dead mouse. Yeah, well, that's what it looked like in the brochure, and the staff were either nice-looking boys, if you get my drift, or girls with chests so big they looked like they'd topple over if they leaned forward. I wondered just what kind of spot Peter had been looking at but decided to leave that particular subject alone. Anyhow, I had a word with a couple of friends and they agreed to set up a spot here. I remodeled one of the rooms upstairs in the house and they're bringing the rest of the gear with them. For some strange reason, nothing I had just heard made me feel any better about this plan of Peter's. Who are the friends? Anyone Jasper knows? Oh yeah, but no one you know, Doc. They don't move in such rarefied circles as you. Now, come on, time's up, let's go hunt us some prey. Peter sounded much too excited at the thought of hunting his best friend down, but I decided if we caught Jasper at least I could attempt to soften Peter's punishment even if I wasn't totally successful. He headed west as the other party went south. Do you have an idea where he might hide out? Peter looked at me for a second then shook his head. Fuck me, Doc. I thought you were intelligent. The Major isn't going to hide out anywhere. If he did I'd be on him in a minute. He'll keep moving, hoping to stay one step ahead of me, but if we're lucky the others will push him right into our laps. Peter, I'm not sure this is really in the spirit of a bachelor party. Aren't we all supposed to have fun? Including the groom-to-be? Peter stared at me. Sure, aren't you having fun, Doc? Let your vampire side out to play. It's what we do, hunt our prey. The excitement of the chase is all part of it. I guess hunting down poor defenseless animals just doesn't hold the same thrill. I decided not to allow Peter to get under my skin. I knew that was what the barb about hunting animals was intended to do. I would be the bigger man. I was thinking of Jasper, actually. Where's the fun in running from a group of people eager to torture you? I would think that was obvious. It's more fun to stay out of their clutches than to find yourself stripped naked, smothered in honey, and tied to a tree beside a fucking ant's nest. I shook my head. Is that what you plan on doing to your friend if we catch him? Peter sighed heavily. Fuck me. This is gonna be a long fucking night. Of course not. What good would that do? Ants couldn't chew through his hide. Sometimes I wonder how you got to be a doctor. You sure as hell don't know much about vampire biology. I opened my mouth to argue then shut it again as I saw the gleam in his eye. Peter was right, it was going to be a long night with him baiting me at every opportunity. I reminded myself to refuse any further invitations to the Whitlock Ranch. That way I might just preserve my sanity. As the hours wore on I followed Peter, actually finding that I was enjoying myself. The hunt was good. I felt my senses straining to find any sign that we were getting close to our quarry. I knew Jasper was a warrior and would therefore be good at concealing himself and his passage, but surely vampire senses should be able to catch a hint of him. We ran into the others a couple of times and I was relieved to see that they were having no more luck than us. I even began to hope that with Peter's help I might be on the winning team, a thought that pulled me up sharp. Peter and I split up for a while and I ran into Gabriel, whose eyes were shining with excitement. I'm glad I came. Alice wasn't sure I would fit in, but this is fun. I had to agree, although hunting animals was fine by me. I also ran into Edward, who stood frowning as he glanced around. Have you seen anything yet? I shook my head. No, although I'm not sorry. I'm rooting for Jasper. I noticed the red spot on his arm. I see you got tagged. He scowled. Yeah, I was so busy concentrating on finding Jasper I missed Whitlock creeping up. As I added a mark of my own, he cursed. Not fair, Carlisle. We're supposed to be chasing Jasper and tagging the opposition. Don't forget that, Edward. I took off before he could tag me in return, feeling inexplicably pleased with myself. This was fun. When I met back up with Peter, he noticed the look of satisfaction on my face and smiled broadly, feeling the thrill yet, Doc. There's nothing quite like it, now is there? I had to admit it was certainly exciting as I explained my run-in with Edward. He nodded his approval. I knew it was there inside you. Hidden deep beneath that stuffed shirt exterior. Maybe you aren't so bad after all, Doc. Thank you, Peter, for that gracious appraisal of my character. The sarcasm went straight over his head. No problemo, Doc. Now come on, we don't have much time left if we're gonna catch us a major. He seemed to know exactly where he was headed, and I suspected that the hours struggling through thickets of bramble and boggy areas had been his idea of a light workout before the main event. If I was right, I swore I would find a way to get my own back if it took me decades. Jasper. Knowing the way my friend's evil mind worked, I had decided that there was no way I was going to get caught tonight. I was determined to be there for my wedding without any body parts missing or rearranged. His other favorite trick was to arrange for the poor schmuck who was the target to find himself on a plane or train, hundreds of miles from his intended destination at 0 hour. I loved Peter like a brother, but right now, I was running for my life and I'd fight him for my freedom. It wasn't difficult to keep ahead of the others, they weren't human hunters, although Gabriel showed his greater skills. Once he became a little more experienced, he would be someone to watch if he was on your trail. I wondered if he was a tracker in the making. I was pleased for Alice, he was quite obviously head over heels in love with her and she felt the same way about him. He was more her type too, more a victim than anything. It would be interesting to see if he could keep his loathing of Sasha under wraps for the wedding. He had acted the part of the gracious pardoner, but his rage and thirst for revenge were still there under the surface. I decided that I liked Gabriel. He reminded me a little of myself, able to keep his true feelings under wraps when necessary. Sasha, however, was a different proposition. There was just something about her that I couldn't pin down. Her gift, or curse if you prefer, made it more difficult to decide whether she was a woman struggling to be better than her nature allowed, or if she was the troublemaker she sometimes appeared. I hated making snap decisions about people, but in her case, it was difficult not to. She had caused a lot of trouble for my family, especially Esmond and Carlisle, who both deserved better, but she had apologized and tried to make up for it. She'd been very helpful finding out what was going on with the King family, doing more than we had a right to expect of her. So why did I still feel so uncomfortable about her? I'd confided my unease to Charlotte and she'd promised to keep an eye on Sasha and Bella while they were away from the ranch. I knew both Rosalie and Esme would protect their new sister/daughter with everything they had, but it never hurt to have extra eyes on the job. Still, I wouldn't feel easy until Bella was back in my arms again. For now, though, I needed to keep my wits about me. Peter was still out there, and although I knew I could keep ahead of the others, I couldn't treat his skills with equal aplomb. Whatever he had planned for me, I wanted no part of it. It would be dawn in a few hours and I could relax then. Whatever else Peter had planned for me, I could rely on Emmett and Carlisle to keep him honest. As I watched from my perch high in a pine tree, I could see Emmett's group now all together checking a small wooden shack, as if I would trap myself in such a structure. It amused me to muse on how they would have fared down in Mexico with Maria. I guess it had something to do with hunting animals as a food source. They weren't as unpredictable as people, more instinctual, but they reacted in a set way to danger, while people could throw you with unexpected actions. I didn't miss my old life, although I did miss the feeling that drinking human blood gave me. That cessation of thirst, the thrill that ran through your body. The downside was the pain and fear of my prey, feeling everything over and over again. It was like dying repeatedly and not to be recommended. I wondered whether to meet the groups back at the ranch house, or was that what Peter would expect me to do? Should I give them half an hour to congratulate themselves on the tags they had managed and argue over the validity of each? Maybe I should just head for Boulder and join the girls. At least I would be safe from Peter's evil schemes there. I sighed. No. I would throw myself at the mercy of my friends. After all, it was only another 24 hours and Bella and I would be married and setting out on our life together. I had a surprise ready for her. I'd arranged a trip to Norway for our honeymoon. She had once talked of how she would love to see the fjords and mountains, and there was plenty of hunting for me. I'd booked a log cabin close to one of the glacial lakes for a month. A whole month by ourselves in the peace of the Norwegian wilderness, it would be paradise. Bella. While I was having a manicure and pedicure, Charlotte insisted I watch the DVD that Peter had sent. I was curious because had it been something awful, surely she wouldn't have pushed it. It was quite obviously a home movie, and the first thing I saw was Peter's grinning face. Hi there, Bella. Bet you were chewing your nails wondering what I have in store for you. Well, sit back and enjoy. As the disc continued to play, I found myself crying. Somehow Peter had gained access to home movies and photographs of my childhood, some I didn't even know existed. There were lots with me and Renee because I'd lived with her for most of my childhood, but there was one, a grainy home movie of me as a baby in my dad's arms and as a toddler. That must have been taken shortly before Renee left him, taking me along. There were even some photographs of me with my grandparents. After the trip through my childhood, Charlie became the subject. To see him as a boy and grow into the man I had known was wonderful. There was a short movie of his graduation from the police academy and then stills of newspaper articles that mentioned his work in Forks and his eventual rise to chief of police. Charlotte paused the DVD and handed me more tissues. We never wanted to upset you, Bella. You haven't. It's wonderful. But how on earth did Peter find all these? He had help from a friend who knows his way around the internet, and I discovered that your mother has a storage locker in Boston. She has photo albums and old 8 films stored away, so we just borrowed them and took copies. She never told me, and I've never seen most of these. I guess she didn't think it was important. I thought I'd lost everything in the fire. Well, you didn't. Peter made 3 copies and he's going to get one uploaded to cloud storage for you and keep the other just in case. His words, by the way, not mine. I think I understood Peter's words. I didn't have a good track record of holding on to things, and I appreciated his thoughtfulness. Well, brought up by room service. We watched the rest of the DVD, which contained the 2 black and white photographs of Jasper as the human Major Whitlock during the Civil War, and some crazy footage Peter and various friends had taken over the years at the ranch and other places. They showed the more relaxed version of Jasper that I had seen only recently. He had always been somber and a little distant when I knew him in Forks, but there was a fun-loving young man still inside, and now I saw more of it. Alice was in one of the films, but she didn't comment on it. She hadn't looked very amused, and although there was no sound in the film, I could imagine that Peter had probably been baiting her. I just hoped that inviting her to the wedding hadn't been a huge mistake. I was sure she wouldn't do anything to ruin my big day, neither would Peter, not intentionally anyhow. We spent the afternoon shopping at the mall, or at least Alice and Sasha did. I wandered around feeling I'd been blessed to have such friends. Suddenly Alice stopped, her eyes with that faraway stare that told me she was seeing something, but after a few seconds they cleared and she frowned. That's odd. Asm turned to her. What? Well, I'm not sure. I felt the way I do when I get a vision, but nothing came through. It was as if I was looking through a thick fog. How strange. Do you think it means trouble? Alice shrugged. I've no idea, Rose. I couldn't get a grip on it. That seems to happen to me more often these days. She turned to me and smiled. I don't get as many visions as I used to, so maybe being content means I don't feel the need to see the future. I felt this might be a dig at her life with Jasper, but decided to ignore it. Besides, he was big enough to look after himself. He didn't need a weak little human fighting his corner. Which didn't mean that I wouldn't if she opened her mouth again. Rose nudged me. You okay, Bella? Don't let Alice get to you. Remember, Sasha's here. It's probably her gift influencing things. Rose was right, of course. I should have thought of that, although I hadn't noticed any animosity since we left the ranch, at least not until now. Esme took a call as we walked back to the hotel, and I saw her smile. It must be Carlisle. Maybe they missed each other as much as I missed Jasper when apart. Thank goodness that would be over very soon. Catching up with me, she explained that it had indeed been Carlisle. Carlisle has just heard from Jenks. It appears that Bruce King has been arrested and charged with fraud, tax evasion, and money laundering offenses, and the business has been closed down by the IRS. He's been refused bail as he's considered a flight risk. I heaved a sigh of relief. At least he wouldn't be getting away with everything, even if I couldn't prove that he was the one who arranged the fires. There was just one thing that still concerned me. And Patrick? She shook her head. It seems that they have nothing on Patrick. He was not aware of the things his father was doing. Bruce and the accountant hid their activities well. What about Magda? Nothing so far. If she was involved, then she's hidden it well. But she was involved in organizing the fires. She knew about my painting. She knew it was hidden in Bruce's study. I hate to think she's going to get away with it. Oh, I wouldn't worry about that, Bella. I've seen what Magda is capable of, and I don't think it would take much to wind her up and set her off right into the clutches of the cops. Unless, of course, you'd prefer that I dealt with her permanently. I stared wearily at Sasha, who had just spoken up, but she seemed perfectly sincere. She shrugged. Well, I know you have scruples, so I thought I'd better offer you an alternative. I could just rip her throat out and be done with it. I was horrified. I didn't want anyone killed on my behalf. No. A legal way would be fine, Sasha. She nodded, sighing gently. You are going to be a very unusual vampire, Bella. Okay then, leave it with me. What are you going to do? She leaned closer. I'm going to let it slip that all the money her husband squirreled away was earmarked for a new life for him and his mistress. Magda won't like that, not at all. Especially when she discovers that some of the money is already in Sophia's hands. I'm sure attempted murder will get her put away for you. Unless you want me to beat the truth about the fires out of her scrawny body. She waited, her eyes shining with anticipation, which dimmed when she saw my expression. Well, I thought not. Oh well, never mind. It'll be fun either way. By the time we reached the hotel, I was exhausted. These girls had vampire stamina while I was still a weak human. I decided to take a nap at Esm's suggestion before dinner, leaving them chatting in the lounge. Luckily the suite had a separate bedroom, so I could close the drapes and relax in the semi-darkness. Tomorrow I would be walking down the aisle to join Jasper and become his wife. It was almost unbelievable. How had I got so lucky? As I sank into a doze, I heard a phone ring and wondered idly which one it was. I wasn't expecting a call, although I would have loved to hear from Jasper. Just a few words to reassure me that he was missing me as much as I was missing him. No doubt he was too busy with the rest of the guys. I just hoped Carlisle could rein them in, especially Peter. I didn't want anything to spoil our big day. Esm. Bella looked tired. I think we had forgotten she needed her sleep, so I had insisted she take a nap while the rest of us sat around chatting. I think she had enjoyed her bachelorette party, and my fears of Sasha upsetting things had been unfounded. She had actually been very sweet since we arrived at the hotel. Good news about the Kings. Rose was smiling. I'm glad Bruce is going to pay Magda too once we get back. I might even give her a quick call, just to see how she's holding up. Tell her I have something she might be interested in and arrange to meet her after the wedding. We all looked at Sasha. She had sounded as if she was relishing that meeting, and it disturbed me a little. We'd never had anyone in the family quite like her. What did Edward see in her? They were worlds apart in attitudes, well, in everything if you thought about it. My phone rang again and I snatched it up, hoping that it wouldn't wake Bella. Esm. Yes. Peter, is that you? What's up? Oh, nothing. I just wanted to know how your party went. Did Bella like the DVD? I wondered why he had called me instead of his wife. She loved it. That was very thoughtful of you. Yeah, well, I can be thoughtful from time to time. Did the major call Bella? No. Why? Was he supposed to? No. It's just we were messing around and I stole his phone. He said he wanted it back to call Bella, and I just wondered if he'd done so. And you thought Charlotte wouldn't tell you, so you decided to call me. Yeah, something like that. Well, enjoy the rest of your day. Oh, and tell Charlotte I haven't forgotten about the list she left. When he hung up, I sat wondering what that was all about. It was totally out of character for Peter to call me, although I guess if they had been playing their own version of Truth or Consequences, he might just check up on Jasper. Still, it made me feel uneasy. Charlotte just shrugged when I told her, I gave up trying to understand the workings of my husband's mind decades ago. He's probably just trying to wind you up, but if you're genuinely worried. I shook my head. No, you're right. I think he was looking for details about Bella's reaction to the DVD, maybe he was worried that it might upset her. Charlotte nodded her agreement and turned back to the conversation, but I decided not to tell Bella about the call. I would worry for the two of us, and if Peter had done anything to upset Bella's wedding, I would personally castrate him. Bella slept for 2 hours and looked much better when she rejoined us. She ate well and we decided not to go out again but to spend the evening playing cards and chatting. Bella needed to relax and I knew she wouldn't do that if we visited bars, although Sasha did suggest we go ice skating. Go on. It'll be fun. Bella stared at her. Do you have something against me getting married tomorrow? Sasha stared at her, horrified by the question. Of course not, Bella. Then ice skating is out. The last time I went skating, which was several years ago, I broke my ankle. Oh, right. Sasha looked relieved. Okay, no skating. What about a karaoke bar? Sasha, I think Bella would like to take it easy. Sasha glanced at me, but it's her last night of freedom. Surely you want to do something you can remember for the rest of your life. Bella looked unsure. Well, I guess so, but I can't sing, Sasha. Isn't that the point of it? You get up on stage and make a fool of yourself. I interrupted. I don't think Bella is big on making a fool of herself, Sasha. Edward's wife sighed heavily. Okay then, but I think I'll go out for a while. Does anyone care to join me? I was surprised when both Rosalie and Charlotte agreed to accompany her. You take it easy, Bella. It will be easier with us out of the way, and I promise we won't be back too late or wake you up. As they left, Rose hung back and whispered to me, I don't think it's a good idea for Sasha to be out on her own. You never know what she might be up to. I nodded my understanding. Having heard of my daughter-in-law's propensity for trouble, Rose was probably right. In the end, Bella and I curled up on the couch and watched Peter's DVD again, followed by a rom-com on cable. It was nice. Just the two of us, like mom and daughter, and I wondered if Bella appreciated it as much as I did. What do you think the guys are doing? I smiled. Oh, kicking up their heels, I suppose. Don't worry, Carlisle will do his best to keep things under control. Little did I know what was happening at the ranch right this minute. I was puzzled when we got back to the house to find Jasper wasn't there waiting for us. He'd eluded pursuit and we had checked for paint splatters. Peter and I had one, as only Edward had been tagged. That didn't sit well with my youngest son, especially as one of the tags had been mine, but he'd get over it. Emmett went to the barn to let you go out. He had been barking furiously since he heard us return and ran straight over, running rings around us and crying to be fussed. As he returned, Emmett sounded a little uneasy. I'm sorry, Peter. It looks like Hugo objected to being locked up all night. He's clawed huge furrows down the wall and splintered the wooden locking bar. He must have been stressed out. He's tried digging his way out. Peter waved off Emmett's concerns. He didn't appear to care that the huge dog had caused so much damage. Perhaps we should call Jasper. Tell him that he's safe. Peter looked at me disdainfully, then pointed upwards. See that great big fucking yellow ball in the sky, Doc? That tells us it's sunrise. Even the Major couldn't miss that. He knows he's won. I guess he's just making us wait. He'll probably make a big fucking entrance real soon. We showered and changed, then split up the list of chores Charlotte had left for us, but Hugo refused to settle. He ran from person to person, yelping and bumping legs, until Peter threatened to lock him back in the barn. He then sat in the middle of the yard staring down the track and making little noises in his throat. He must be missing Bella, but after spending time with Emmett, surely he should settle down. By mid-afternoon, Jasper still hadn't shown himself. Was he just avoiding the chores, or more likely, avoiding Peter, who wouldn't miss any opportunity to get one over on his friend before the wedding? Checking his watch, Peter cursed and pulled out his phone. I'd better call Maisie and tell her the pamper treat is off. I wouldn't mind, but I'll still have to pay her. Guess it's just one more thing the Major will owe me for. He's ruining all my fun. I thought Peter sounded troubled rather than irate, but decided not to say anything just yet. When he still hadn't turned up by dusk and wasn't answering his phone, I confronted Peter. Okay, enough is enough. Where is Jasper? Peter shrugged. How the fuck should I know? Because this is just the sort of stunt you'd pull. Hiding your friend away and making us all worry. Peter looked at me with disdain. Hey, Doc. For your information, the Major is my friend. I wouldn't fuck up his wedding. Besides, if you remember, I've been with you since yesterday evening. He was right, of course. Then I remembered that we had split up for a while. Long enough for Peter to do something. When I pointed that out to him, he retaliated by pointing out I'd had the same opportunity, and we discovered that everyone had been alone at some point during the night. I'll call the girls. See if he's been in touch. Before I could stop him, Peter called. To my surprise, he spoke to Esme, not Charlotte, and I have to say he handled it quite well. He's not been in touch with them either. So where the fuck is he? Deciding someone should answer Peter, I ventured a suggestion. Do you think he's just winding us up? You know, staying out of sight to worry us. Peter shrugged. I guess he might be, but I doubt it. He'd be missing an opportunity to crow about how he eluded us all. Maybe he went off the ranch. I looked over at Gabriel, who had just spoken. Even if he did, he should be back by now. Peter sighed heavily. Then I guess we'd better go find him. Let's split up, we can cover more ground that way. I was nervous about splitting up, in case Peter or one of the others had pulled the disappearance, but what he said made sense. Emmett, you go south. Edward and Gabriel head east. Carlisle, you get the west and I'll take the north. It's the trickiest part of the ranch with bogs and thick undergrowth. I thought it best to have some kind of deadline. Okay, but we keep in touch by phone and meet back here in an hour, whatever we find. Hopefully we would return to find Jasper waiting for us. A big smile on his face. The others agreed and set off. It wasn't going to be easy because we'd already been trampling the ground for 12 hours hunting Jasper, and the scents were either fading or becoming mixed up. Emmett called Hugo, but the dog had already run off on his own and refused to come back. Great. That's all we fucking need. To lose Bella's dog and her husband. Emmett shrugged. He'll find his way back. Then they set off. Keeping Peter back, I waited until we were alone before confronting him. He shrugged off my grip on his arm testily. What? We don't have time to fuck about, Carlisle. I hesitated. He was beginning to look genuinely worried, but I was still suspicious. If this is one of your games, Peter. He scowled. One of my games? What the fuck are you talking about? I plunged on. Look, we all know that you like to play jokes on people or wind them up, and that's fair enough. However, this isn't funny any longer. I found myself staring into his eyes from inches away as he grabbed my collar and pulled me close. Now you listen to me, Cullen. If I was responsible for this, I would hardly be running around like a headless fucking chicken. I don't know where the Major is. All I know is that he should have been back hours ago. Even if he wanted to wind us up, he would have arrived by now. So, I'm thinking there's something wrong. You can go look or stay here and count your fucking digits, but just get the hell out of my way. As I struggled to keep my balance after being thrust forcefully backwards, Peter took off. It was his actions as much as anything that forced me to accept he had nothing to do with Jasper's continued absence. But if not Peter, then who or what? As I began searching, I called Edward. Any luck? Carlisle? No, nothing. You? Nope. I crossed his trail close to the creek but then lost it again. Do you think Peter is responsible? No, I don't. Not anymore. Edward. Have you heard anything suspicious? I mean among our party. No, I haven't, but you don't suspect Emmett or me, do you? Not really. I just wondered if you'd picked up any stray thoughts that might lead you to think someone knew more than they were saying. I don't find it as easy to read minds clearly since I met Sasha. I think it's her gift that interferes with mine. I thought while we were apart it would clear, but everything is still slightly out of shape. I hear odd words rather than complete thoughts. It didn't bother me too much until now. What about Gabriel? Gabriel? He's odd. It's like I'm hearing two people at the same time. I don't know if it's because he thinks in Portuguese and English or if he starts in one and lapses back into the other. What I don't understand is why anyone would want to cause trouble for Bella and Jasper. I can think of several people if we're being honest. Edward's voice was cold when he replied, I take it you're including me in that list. Let me guess, Sasha maybe. Gabriel. Alice. If it's not Peter then it must be one of us. I didn't say that, but you have to admit that you all have motives. Oh really? And what are they? I broke things off with Bella, not the other way around, remember? Alice broke up with Jasper, so what's her motive? Petty jealousy. As for Sasha, she's bent over backwards to be helpful, but you still suspect her too. We can't win, Carlisle. Anyhow, I did not kidnap my brother, and if you don't mind, I'm going to keep on searching while you start to whittle down your list of suspects. I'd upset him, and he was right. No one had a good reason to do something to Jasper, and to be honest, if we hadn't been able to catch him over 12 hours when we knew where he was, how could anyone else? Jasper was too canny to get ambushed. Unfortunately, none of that made me feel any more hopeful. The truth was, he was missing and his wedding was in less than 24 hours. We had to find him before Bella got back, or there would be all hell to pay. She wouldn't believe that one of us hadn't caused his disappearance. An hour later we met up once more. No one had found Jasper or any clue as to his whereabouts, and I was now becoming extremely concerned. I think we should call the girls again. Bella has a right to know what's happening. And what exactly has happened, Carlisle? What are you going to tell her? Sorry, but we lost your fiancé. Don't you think it would be better to keep looking and let her get a good night's sleep? After all, there's fuck all she can do except worry. Peter was right, of course, but it felt wrong keeping this troubling news from Bella. Who would want to stop Jasper from getting married? I glanced at Emmett. At least someone was thinking rationally. That's a very good question, Em. If he isn't just winding us up, then he has an enemy who wants to ruin his big day. Peter sighed, not necessarily. It may have nothing to do with the wedding. The Major has enemies, most of whom would like him dead. If one came across him and saw an opportunity, they would take it. The problem is that I can't think of one capable of taking him. Did anyone find unusual tracks while you were out there? Emmett and I shook our heads, which left only Edward and Gabriel. Peter stared accusingly at them. Well? Anything, Eddie Bow? Don't be shy now. Or is this down to you? Pissed that Bella chose the better man, maybe? Edward scowled. No. I had nothing to do with it, and I didn't find anything except there were signs someone or something slipped on the creek edge. Could have been a deer or something. Hugo was there sniffing around. Hey dear. And I thought you were supposed to be the bright one of the family. How many deer have you seen slip into a fucking creek unless they've been shot? I stepped between a now enraged Edward and Peter. We can't afford to argue among ourselves. Let's go see that spot at the creek. Peter sneered. Before we go herring off on a wild goose chase, why don't we take a look closer to home? He gestured to Emmett and Edward to close up, then continued, Gabriel, what about you? You're being pretty fucking quiet. I turned to look at Alice's husband, aware that the atmosphere had cooled considerably. What about me? Well, you don't seem very concerned that the Major is missing. Do you know something we don't? Gabriel no longer looked like the innocent young man that Alice had introduced to us just a few weeks ago. Now he looked older and more dangerous, and feeling the same way I did. The boys closed in until they stood at the young man's shoulders. I don't know what you mean. Like fuck you don't. See, I keep wondering how come someone managed to creep onto the ranch and get the drop on the Major and none of us suspected a fucking thing. Well, maybe you aren't as clever as you think. Oh, I'm not clever, but I do have a gift. I smell danger coming, yet I sensed nothing. We're all pretty good at tracking. Even the doc there isn't a slouch, yet not one of us has found anything useful. Maybe you've been listening to your own press releases for too long. Peter smiled coldly, maybe. But then there's Eddie Bow. His gift isn't working properly either. You have to admit it's suspicious. I don't have to admit anything except that word of your arrogance wasn't overplayed. You really do think you're good, don't you? Nope. I know I am, and I know a snake when I see one. What I don't know yet is why. I mean, you didn't come here to play games off your own back. No, you're a pawn, and what I want to know is who's behind you. Gabriel tensed but must have known that there was no escape. Ahmet's hands shot out and caught him by the shoulders, his knuckles turning white with the pressure he was using. Gabriel didn't seem to care, nor was he intimidated. What? Are you going to threaten me? Beat me until I tell you what it is you think I know. Peter studied the young man's face closely, his eyes narrowing into dangerous slits. A pawn prepared to die. Now that is unusual these days. So, was any of it real? Gabriel spat at Peter's feet. Any of what? Your thing with Alice? I'm assuming with the gift you have, some way of fucking up other gifts, you could easily persuade the crazy bitch that you were the one. Peter had hit a nerve. Gabriel attempted to launch himself at his accuser but was held firm by Emmett and Edward. Were you saying he wormed his way into Alice's affections just to get to Jasper? That's a bit of a stretch, Peter. Peter turned very slowly and regarded me coldly. I wish I lived in your cozy little world where no one lies or cheats or kills. It must be mighty comfortable there in the land of rainbows and fucking unicorns. I opened my mouth to answer him, but he had already turned back to Gabriel. So, was any of it true? Gabriel's lips remained firmly closed as he returned Peter's stare. Well, I guess there's one way to tell. He took out his phone and hit dial. I'll have Charlotte take Alice out for a little chat. She can be mighty persuasive if she needs to be. Maybe the two of you are in it together. Women will do just about anything to feed their spite. Leave Alice out of this. Your choice, amigo. Something told me that Gabriel truly cared for Alice, which meant that Peter had all the leverage he needed. What concerned me was what he might be prepared to do to my daughter to get the truth out of Gabriel. If that is, the young man was actually guilty of anything. Peter. He turned on me, eyes flashing dangerously. Shut the fuck up, Cullen. Taken aback, I wasn't sure what to do, and neither were Emmett or Edward. They looked from Peter to me, but neither loosened their grip on Gabriel. Char, we've got a problem. I need you to take Alice somewhere quiet and keep her there. If she gives you any trouble, you know what to do. Ask Sasha to help you, she has no conflict of loyalty. Charlotte never questioned him. She trusted Peter completely and was happy to wait for answers. Gabriel struggled again but couldn't break free. Now, my friend. I'm thinking maybe whoever sent you here didn't know you would fall so hard for Alice Cullen. This has been a long while in the planning. Someone wants Revenger to make a name for themselves and you were heaven fucking sent. Who is it and where should we be looking? Just a minute, Peter. Alice saw a vision of Gabriel. She found him. Not the other way around. I'll bet even she believes that, Doc. It's not that difficult to confuse a gift as nebulous as hers. If you spoke to her, I'll bet you'd find someone mentioned him to her, or we've got another gift involved. This stinks of the Volturi, but I'm guessing they wouldn't bother playing games. If they wanted the Major to disappear, he'd have been gone long ago. So, who are we looking at? What about Bruce King? We all stared at Edward and Peter rolled his eyes. Did he strike you as the kind of man who had dealings with vampires? You really are a fucking idiot. I wouldn't have put it quite the way Peter did, but I had to agree that it had been a stupid idea. Gabriel continued to stare defiantly at Peter, which I thought was a very bad idea. I may not be his biggest fan, but I knew his loyalty to Jasper would drive him to any length to find his friend. You want to play chicken with me, Gabriel? Fine, but let me assure you that you'll be the first fucker to blink. I closed my eyes in defeat, knowing this was about to turn ugly and that there was nothing I could do to stop it. Deciding I had to at least try, I stepped forward, but suddenly a huge furry shape leaped into the middle of us, growling menacingly at Gabriel. It seems even the dog suspected him, and like Peter, it would seem that Hugo had a very short fuse. I couldn't shrug off the feeling that something wasn't right. I think Peter's call to Esme had set the alarm bells ringing. Why would he call Esme rather than Charlotte? He wasn't exactly a fan of any of the Cullens. When the others returned from their evening out, I pushed the niggling doubt to the back of my mind and listened as they began to relate their adventures. It seemed that Alice, having wanted some time to herself and leaving earlier, had met up with the others after half an hour. I thought her inability to see whatever had tried to get through worried her. Maybe she had thought time alone would clear the vision, although she said nothing about it to anyone and I didn't like to ask her. Charlotte's phone ringing interrupted the storytelling, and a few seconds later she jumped up asking Alice and Sasha to join her outside. "What's going on, Charlotte?" She smiled at me reassuringly. "Nothing for you to worry about. The guys just want a girl's take on something. We won't be long, Bella." I noticed the quick glance that passed between Charlotte, Esme and Rose, and as soon as we were alone I quizzed Esme about it. "What's going on, Esme? Something isn't right. I can feel it." "Really, Bella? I have no idea what the guys are up to, but I suspect they're just running an idea by the girls before deciding what to do. Peter's probably come up with a crazy scheme and the others are hoping Alice or Sasha can talk him out of it." Rose added her thoughts, trying and almost succeeding in sounding reassuring. "It could be some last-minute glitches, Bella. They often crop up at weddings." "You think so? Tell me, Esme. Why did Peter call you?" She smiled, but it appeared a little forced to me, and proceeded to ignore the question. Or was I just being paranoid? "I know. Why don't we watch Peter's DVD again?" I was really surprised that he could be so thoughtful. Those photographs of Charlie were lovely. I always thought he was a handsome-looking guy. Rose jumped in before I could answer. "I have a feeling that there's more to Peter than meets the eye." I nodded, agreeing with her statement. What you saw was not necessarily all there was as far as Peter Whitlock was concerned. She slid the DVD into the machine and pressed play, and I found my concerns melting away as I saw myself as a little girl with both my parents. I did feel a pang of regret as it occurred to me that my dad wouldn't be walking me down the aisle tomorrow. How I would have loved that, him too. As for Renee, well, I felt sorry that she had turned into the kind of parent she had, but I wasn't going to miss her presence. All the people I loved and who cared about me would be there, and in the end, that's all that mattered. Charlotte. I had no idea what was going on, but I did recognize that tone of voice. Something was seriously wrong, or Peter wouldn't have called, and while I was curious to know what, I understood that now was not the time to start asking questions. Instead, I did exactly what Peter had asked, and Sasha and Alice followed me out, both looking curious. Once out of the suite, I led the way into the elevator and pushed the button for the parking garage beneath the hotel. Alice frowned. "Don't tell me the guys forgot to get something important like the flowers. They really are useless without us around." Sasha appeared to have read the atmosphere better and frowned at me. "Why so mysterious? Are you going to tell us what's going on?" I nodded in reply to her question. "Sure. Once we get downstairs I'll explain everything." Alice stared at me pensively, then shrugged and shot Sasha an inquiring look, but Edward's wife was busy studying her nails and ignored both of us. The garage was huge, and when we first arrived I'd noticed a maintenance door in the far left corner which led down to the services, the heating system and such stuff. Hopefully at this time of the night it would be deserted. It was the only place I could think of where we could hold Alice without causing any difficult questions from the others. Of course, I had no idea why we were doing so or how long this was likely to go on. As soon as we were settled, I'd called Peter back for some details. The other two followed me through the door and into a dimly lit corridor with stairs going down into the basement of the building. "Charlotte, where are we going? What's going on?" "In a minute, Alice. As soon as we get downstairs." "You said that before." She looked around at the huge pipes that ran along the walls and the machinery which hummed in the semi-darkness. "Don't tell me they kidnapped Jasper and tied him up down here." Now, that would be funny. I wondered momentarily if she could be right before dismissing the idea as silly. No, whatever was going on, it had nothing to do with stupid pranks. Peter's tone had been far too serious for that. Or maybe we're going to kidnap Bella and keep her down here. You know, make Jasper hunt for his bride. It's the sort of thing your crazy husband would think amusing. She waited, but getting no reply, she fell silent. I could see she was becoming more and more uneasy as we descended the stairs and found a small office-cum-workshop off to one side. I gestured for the others to make themselves comfortable. I won't be a minute. A glance at Sasha behind Alice's back put her on alert, and she positioned herself between the door and Alice while I went to call Peter back. Moving far enough away that Alice wouldn't be able to hear the conversation, I dialed my husband's number and waited for him to pick up. As soon as he did so, I snapped, "What the hell is going on? Why am I playing secret agent? Did you do as I asked?" "Yes. We're in the basement of the hotel. No one will be around this time of night unless there's an emergency." "What happened? Why am I supposed to hold Alice? What's she done? If she plans on ruining this wedding, I'll kill her myself." "Keep this to yourself for now, Charlotte. The major's missing and I think Gabriel may be involved." I was stunned. "Missing? Is this one of your stupid stunts, Peter?" He growled angrily. "No, of course not. We split up last night and were supposed to meet up again at dawn. He never showed. We've looked everywhere and there's nothing. No sign of him." "What do you mean he never showed?" "Just what I fucking said. He never showed up. He's gone. Vanished." I struggled to make sense of what I'd just heard. "And you think he's been kidnapped? How is that possible? Didn't you feel anything?" "No, I didn't. And that's why I think Gabriel is involved. Edward's gift isn't working, neither is Alice's, and mine let me down. The only person we don't know is Gabriel. I think he's got a gift that fucks with others. It's the only explanation that makes sense. No one could creep up on the major otherwise. But why? What possible motive could he have for doing such a thing? If anyone, his beef should be with Sasha. If I knew why, I wouldn't be speaking to you right now. Alice is our leverage. If he won't talk, you can take care of her." I still couldn't believe it, but my mind was working overtime. Oh God, poor Bella. Do you think Alice is involved too? How the fuck should I know? I'm not a fucking mind reader. However, I intend to find out. I asked you to bring Sasha along because she doesn't have a history with Alice Cullen and things could get nasty. Talk to Alice, see if she knows anything. If she doesn't, then see if she has any idea who Gabriel might be working for. Ring me as soon as you get anything and don't tell Bella. I'm hoping we can find him before the wedding. Peter. I can't leave her in the dark. Yes, you can. At least until we can tell her more than just the fact that her bridegroom has disappeared into the fucking ether. I wasn't happy keeping the truth from Bella, but he was probably right. What was the point in upsetting her until we knew something? I promised to call him as soon as I had anything and then rejoined the others and closed the door. "We have a problem, ladies." They both looked up at me frowning, but it was Alice who broke the silence. "A problem? What kind of problem?" I stared at her. "I was rather hoping that you might be able to tell me, Alice." She stared at me, her eyes narrowed. "Now, me? What's going on, Charlotte? Why are you looking at me like that?" "Yes, I'd like to know too. Am I here because you suspect me of being involved in your problem too?" I turned to Sasha. "No, you're here to help me persuade Alice to tell us what she knows." Sasha smiled, looking suddenly delighted. "Oh good. This could be interesting. Alice, what is it that you know?" Alice shrugged. "About what? I have no idea what Charlotte is talking about." "Do you?" "No, but I'm sure she'll fill us in." If I had to guess, I'd say something had happened back at the ranch, and I'd further guess it has something to do with Jasper. Why else would Peter be asking us to grill you? Alice turned to me. "Something happened to Jasper." "What happened? You tell me, Alice. What did you see earlier that upset you?" She frowned, then remembered her earlier vision. "I didn't see anything. If I had, I would have told you." I wasn't sure that I believed her, but for now, I would give her the benefit of the doubt. Well, if you aren't directly involved, then maybe you can tell us who Gabriel is working for. Her frown deepened. Gabriel? What's he got to do with anything? Sasha tapped the desk. It might be helpful if you told us what's happened, Charlotte. All we know right now is that it concerns Bella and Jasper. Alice jumped in. Gabriel had never even met them until yesterday. So, whatever is going on. Why would you think that he was involved? I leaned forward to stare into her face. Well, this is how it was put to me. Jasper is missing and the only stranger in our midst is your husband. See how that might make us suspicious? She nodded. Well, yes, but that doesn't make it true. Sasha worried her lip for a moment before stepping in. I'm sorry if this is going to sound a little naive, but isn't Jasper supposed to be this super soldier? How could anyone get the drop on him? And how come the others haven't managed to find him? There must be tracks, surely. Alice nodded eagerly. Yes, and how come Edward didn't hear the suspect's thoughts? Maybe he's involved. Sasha laughed. Edward? Please. He's no match for Jasper and he wouldn't do anything without telling me. So, back to your bow. What do you know about him? Sasha waited, and when Alice failed to answer her, she stepped forward. I can slap it out of you if you prefer. Alice bared her teeth but didn't follow up on the threat. Instead, she went on the attack. Why ask me? After all, you're the one who turned him. I thought about that for a moment. What can you tell me, Sasha? She perched on the edge of the battered desk and closed her eyes as if visualizing the moment she had met Gabriel. Well, it was night time. I was hunting for prey in Mexico City and wandered into the Nezachalcoixta slum. Do you know how large that is? Lots of doomed, poverty-stricken people live there. I thought I was doing them a favor, plucking them from their miserable lives. You ran into Gabriel in Mexico? Alice sounded confused. That's what I said. Why? Alice shook her head, but I thought it had come as a shock to her. So, where had he told her he came from? Was he alone? Did he say anything? Sasha laughed. Of course he was alone. I don't usually invite an audience when I dine, and I didn't spend much time in conversation. Do you usually talk to your meals? So, all we knew was that Gabriel had lived in Mexico City. Why did that set my hair on end? What about you, Alice? What can I tell you? I met Gabriel, we recognized what we meant to each other, and we've been together ever since. And he never told you about himself? Of course he did. He ran away from an orphanage and made his way alone in the slums. When he realized the path he was treading, he wanted a way out, and she, Alice, pointed a finger accusingly at Sasha, told him she was working with a charity that could help. He believed her and let his guard down. You know the rest. Sasha burst out laughing. Is that what he told you? Do I look like a charity worker? He was after something a little more basic than a new life, I can assure you. Alice's look was thunderous, but Sasha ignored it and continued. I lured him into an alley, and while he was fumbling about, I bit him. I'll admit he was a good-looking youngster, but a little inexperienced for my tastes. I broke in. Why didn't you drain him, Sasha? You just said you'd taken him for his blood. She frowned. Something happened to disturb me. Now, what was it? She thought for a moment and then her face cleared. There was trouble, some kind of disturbance. I thought it was the cops doing a sweep, and I didn't want to be discovered standing over a drained corpse. You said you thought it was the cops. So it wasn't? She smiled. No, it was a roundup of some kind. The locals were terrified. They scattered like ants, and I decided to make myself scarce. A roundup? Yes. I don't know exactly. As I said, I didn't hang around. Did you hear anything? Sasha shook her head and then stopped. Actually, I did hear a name. There was a lot of whispering. Carlos, that was it? I don't suppose that's of any help though. Half the boys in the area were called Carlos or Sanchez. She noticed the expression on my face and stopped. What? What did I say? When I didn't answer, she turned to Alice. Do you know why Charlotte is looking like I just poked her in the eye? Alice stared at me. Yes, she knew. Jasper must have told her the stories of the Southern Covens and that the leader of one was called Carlos. He picked up his new recruits in Mexico City, but that didn't explain why Gabriel should be involved in the Major's disappearance. Or did it? I could see that things were going to go to hell fast if I didn't step in. Peter didn't care how he got answers from Gabriel, just that he did, and I was sure that Hugo would be only too pleased to aid him. The dog was now standing at Gabriel's feet, his huge teeth showing as he continued to growl, eyes fixed. I turned to Emmett. For goodness sake, call Hugo off. I can't hear myself think. As Emmett tried to coax the huge dog away from Gabriel, I continued, Peter. Wouldn't it be better to find out if Gabriel is actually guilty of anything before you decide to beat the truth out of him? Peter was about to answer when his phone rang and he moved away to speak to the caller. Taking the opportunity this presented, I faced Gabriel, who stood defiantly between Emmett and Edward. His eyes were fixed on the dog, who looked like he was about to tear free of Emmett's grip if Gabriel gave him any reason to do so. Gabriel, I don't know if you're guilty or not. If not, then you're playing a very dangerous game. I'm not sure I can protect you from Peter. He's a very loyal friend of Jasper, and if he thinks you know what happened, then he won't care what he has to do in order to find him. Gabriel stared at me defiantly. I don't need your protection, old man. Everyone knows you're a weakling. Worrying about the humans and spending all your time caring for them. Do you really think I need your help? Maybe not, but do you have any idea what Peter is capable of? Gabriel's face twisted into a cruel smile. I thought the Major was the dangerous one and it didn't do him much good, now did it? Someone still got past his defenses. Unless you think he's playing with us and hiding out somewhere laughing. I stared into those cold, muddy brown eyes. Gabriel now appeared as one of those vampires who didn't care. Not about anything, except maybe Alice. Peter rejoined us and I could see he'd received some news. From his expression, it was nothing good. So, who lied to Alice then? He turned to me. It appears Gabriel here forgot to tell Alice that he was turned in Mexico. I frowned. I was sure Asm had told me that Gabriel had been living in Brazil when he was turned. Turning back to Gabriel, Peter's arm shot out like a snake strike and grabbed him by the throat. I'm not going to fuck about, Gabriel. Either you tell me what you know about my friend's disappearance or I'll. Gabriel sneered. You'll what? Slap me around. Rip my head off. I'm not afraid of you, and I know that Charlotte wouldn't kill Alice. She's not as cold-blooded as you, Captain Whitlock. Peter smiled, not a friendly expression, more like the one a lion gives its prey before it sinks its teeth into the prey's jugular. You think so? I don't know who you got your information from, but it's seriously misguided. Charlotte would kill Alice without blinking, and don't forget who else is with your precious wife. Sasha has no ties to Alice. She doesn't care who she kills, and I doubt there is anything Edward could say that would stop her. Just ask him if you don't believe me. I wasn't as sure as Peter about that, but it seemed that Gabriel was. He now looked genuinely worried. You wouldn't. Carlyle wouldn't tolerate it. A loud chuckle erupted from Peter's throat. And you think he could stop me? I don't dance to his tune, and neither does Sasha. We're true vampires, just like you. Now, where is he? Gabriel shook his head. I don't know. And if you did, you wouldn't tell me, right? Something like that. Who are you working for? Gabriel shook his head and Peter's grip on his throat tightened. You might want to reconsider that reply. I saw a flicker of doubt cross Gabriel's face, but then his resolve stiffened and he shook his head again. Okay, we'll do it your way, but don't say I didn't fucking warn you. He hit speed dial and we heard Charlotte's voice. Any news, Peter? No. He's playing coy. I think he needs a little persuasion. We heard movement and then a scream, long and blood-curdling. Alice. Alice. Don't worry, Gabriel. It was only an arm. Next time she might not be so lucky. Sasha sounded dangerous. I couldn't stand by and listen to Alice being tortured. Peter. Sasha. You can't do this. Peter didn't even turn his head, but his tone was icy. Don't, Cullen. Just you fucking don't. Sasha spoke up again. Peter's not the one doing anything, Carlisle. I have that pleasure. You once told me that caring is universal. You can't choose who you care for. You were wrong. You only care for those who are worthy and not a lying scumbag like Gabriel. If he chooses not to care about his mate, then so be it. I think she's caught a lucky break. It's best to find out who will watch your back before someone comes along with a knife to plunge into it. If Gabriel truly cared about Alice, he would speak up. I could see that Gabriel was torn and wondered who he was working for. Was it likely that it could be someone who scared him more than Peter? Fuck it, tear something else off. I put a hand up to remonstrate with Peter, but I was too late. There was another heart-rending scream from Alice, and then we heard her begging Gabriel to tell us what we wanted to know. That told me that whatever Gabriel was involved in, Alice was ignorant of it, and that was a relief. Stop. She doesn't know anything. Alice isn't involved in this. I don't give a fuck. Tell me what I want to know, or next time it's her fucking head. Peter. Enough. You can't just torture an innocent person. Peter's eyes narrowed as he regarded me coldly. The fuck I can't. Try and stop me, Cullen. He turned back to Gabriel. Well? Your move, dickhead. Gabriel seemed to shrink. His tough man demeanor was now gone. He looked like a scared young man, not a weathered veteran. He was no match for Peter. I pleaded with him. Gabriel. I think you should tell us what you know before things get worse. Good advice, you should take it, or the next thing Sasha does is to start burning the body parts she's collected. I felt sick. I knew Peter was loyal to Jasper and that his life had been hard and brutal just like Jasper's, but this was taking things to the extreme. I wasn't even sure Bella should be subjected to such creatures, but that was out of my hands. What surprised me was that neither Emmett nor Edward had spoken up in Gabriel's defense, or Alice's. They should at least be defending their sister. Why weren't they? Where had I gone wrong with them? Okay, I'll tell you, but I want to speak to Alice first. I need to know that she's safe. Then I'll tell you everything I know. Peter studied him for a minute, then nodded. Fine, but if you double-cross me, I'll make sure Alice burns, and I promise you that you won't even be able to find her fucking ashes. Gabriel nodded his understanding and took the phone that Peter held out to him with a shaking hand. Charlotte. Personally, I thought Peter was taking things a little too far, although if I'd been standing where he was, maybe I would think differently. We'd heard everything as my phone was on speaker, and I nodded to Sasha, who held the phone closer to Alice. Are you okay, Alice? I'm so sorry to put you through all this. Alice's voice was soft and tremulous as she answered Gabriel. You lied to me, Gabriel. Was anything you told me the truth? Or was it all a pack of lies so you could get close to Jasper? None of it was lies, I promise you. I love you, Alice. It's just, well, I had no choice. I promise I'll make it up to you. I'll tell them what they want to know, and no one will hurt you anymore. I do love you, Alice. Alice didn't answer Gabriel. Instead, she motioned for me to cut the connection, which I did after promising Peter we would stand by for any further instructions. So, it would appear Gabriel has been stringing you along. It will be interesting to discover if his gift made you think he was the one for you, Alice. I glared at Sasha. There was no need to rub it in. Alice must be feeling wretched enough. She appeared to be in love with Gabriel, and it must have been awful having to lie to him. Allowing him to think that we were actually torturing her. Still, it was better than the reality of having limbs torn off, as I had pointed out to her. When I knew what Peter had planned, I laid it on the line for Alice. I don't much care what happens to you. We've never been friends. But I don't particularly enjoy torturing people. If you play along, you might find out who Gabriel really is and how much of your love is real. If not, then I'm sure Sasha will be only too happy to help out. It's your choice, Alice. Sasha looked only too ready and willing for a little sport, and I wondered how she and Edward had ended up as a couple. He was happy to mentally torture people with his gift and clever wit, but he wasn't a monster. I couldn't see Edward resorting to physical torture. Sasha beamed, just say the word. It's been ages since I had any fun. Edward can be such a stuffed shirt. He disapproves of such things. Alice stared at Sasha and then turned to me. So, you've decided I'm not involved in whatever is going on? Let's just say I don't think you hate Bella or the Major enough to try and ruin their day, and this is a little melodramatic for your taste. She appeared reassured by my words. I'm not involved. I am, however, interested in what Gabriel has to say, so okay, I'll go along with you to a point, but if Peter starts pounding on him, all bets are off. We don't know he's done anything to Jasper. I mean, you only have to look at him to see that would be impossible. All he's done to me is to mislead me, and I doubt Peter would punish him for that. He's more likely to give him a medal knowing how your husband feels about me. Alice had played her part and now sat there looking as if someone had just told her that her pet dog had died. I'm sorry, Alice. It must be hard for you. Sasha laughed, the seer who didn't see the blow coming. How ironic. Now you know how the rest of us feel all the time. We never see it coming. I noticed you never told Gabriel that you loved him back. Was that deliberate? Sasha. Enough. Sasha shrugged. Okay. You're no fun, Charlotte. I was looking forward to a little dismemberment. It's ironic, really. Me being the one who turned Gabriel. It's a small world, isn't it? I don't like coincidences. They make me nervous. That wiped the smile off Sasha's face. Well, this was a coincidence. How could I know that he would end up with Alice? I didn't even know she existed at the time, Edward or Jasper either. She's the one who can see into the future, not me, remember? Sasha was right, of course, but it still seemed a stretch to me. Shall we join the others now? Only this basement is a little depressing. We'll have to tell Bella, of course. She has a right to know what's happening. I was about to remonstrate with Sasha when I realized she was right. Bella had a right to know that Jasper was missing. I just wished we had some good news for her too, but that would have to wait until I heard from Peter. Hopefully, Gabriel could tell us where the Major was, or at least who was responsible for his disappearance. When we got back to the suite, I could see that something had happened. Esme was standing by the bedroom door while Rose was on the phone. Did they already know? Seeing us return, Bella came rushing out of the bedroom and confronted me. Charlotte, what's going on? No one is telling me anything, but I know something is wrong. Esme won't let me call the ranch. She told me the guys aren't there, but she can't tell me how she knows. Now Amit has called Rose and she's being really careful not to let me listen in. I don't care what anyone says, I'm going back to the ranch. Now, are you going to drive me or shall I call a cab? She seemed to notice Alice's expression at this point. What's wrong with you? Bella. If you just calm down, I'll explain the situation. She eyed me suspiciously before nodding and seating herself on the edge of the couch. I'm listening. I explained briefly. I couldn't go into details because I didn't know them. None of us did. Right, that's it. Take me back now. Esme sighed and tried to comfort Bella, but it was a hopeless task. Bella was so upset she was visibly shaking and wouldn't even look at Alice, who shrank into a corner when she understood that no one wanted anything to do with her. I put my arm around Bella's shoulders and explained that the guys had kept Jasper's disappearance from her because they had hoped to have found him by now. And Gabriel? Has he told them anything useful? I glanced at Rosalie, who shrugged. Emmett didn't know. Peter and Carlisle took him into the house to speak to him while Em called me. Esme went downstairs to settle the hotel bill while we packed everything into the car. I'm so sorry, Bella. You have to believe me. I didn't know anything. Bella stared coldly at Alice. And you didn't see anything either? How convenient. Bella. We think Gabriel has a gift of his own that interferes with others. Edward didn't hear anything, Peter didn't feel anything, and Alice didn't see anything. I'm sure Peter will have news by the time we get to the ranch. Try not to worry too much. The Major can take care of himself. She turned to me, not if Gabriel's gift affected him too. She had a point. I didn't know what to say to that and was relieved when Esm joined us and we started for the ranch in an uneasy silence. After a few minutes, Bella turned to Alice who sat behind her. If anything happens to Jasper, I'll make sure both you and Gabriel pay. Alice frowned and opened her mouth to speak, then put her hands to her head as if in pain. Esm glanced at her. What's wrong, Alice? Do you see something? Alice shook her head and groaned. It feels like my head is in a vice. The pain is terrible. What's going on, Esm? We looked at each other in bafflement. How could Alice feel pain like that? No one was near her except Esm and Rosalie. Bella had elected to sit in the front with me. Then I noticed that Bella was concentrating on Alice, sheer hatred on her face. Bella? Bella? She turned her attention to me and slowly Alice's hands dropped. Had anyone else noticed? I glanced in the rearview mirror. It appeared not. Bella was waiting for me to speak, but I didn't want to discuss what I suspected in the car, so I grabbed my phone. Would you like to talk to Peter? He might know something by now. She nodded and took it from me, but I noticed Alice watching her warily. Was Bella gifted too? It was usually becoming a vampire that made a gift powerful, but Bella was undoubtedly unusual. I just worried about what her gift might be and how well she could control it. I doubted that she even knew about it yet. Edward had been unable to hear her thoughts, so she certainly had powers. I just hoped she wouldn't turn them on the wrong people, even unconsciously. Jasper. I opened my eyes to find myself in a small windowless stone-walled building, the only illumination coming from a tiny chink in the roof. The room was empty except for a thick layer of dust on the concrete slab floor scuffed by the feet of whoever had brought me here. Getting to my feet, I examined the room for weak points, but the stones were laid tightly with no gaps between them. The floor was solid and the roof consisted of stone tiles bolted down to the walls and a thick metal girder that held it up. Shaking my head to clear the heavy feeling in my brain, I closed my eyes and thought back. What was going on? How the hell had I ended up here? Wherever here was. The last thing I could remember clearly was sitting on the hill waiting for dawn and congratulating myself on evading my pursuers. Peter would be seething that he hadn't caught me, and I knew that I would have to watch my back. This was my last day alone. By this time tomorrow, I would be waiting with bated breath to see my beautiful bride. I missed Bella, but I didn't begrudge her the time with our friends. I just hoped that Esm had managed the 2-day break so she enjoyed herself. Our cabin was almost finished. There was still a little painting to be done, and then the furniture Peter and I had built could go in. I just hoped Bella would be pleased with her new home. So, how had I gotten from there to this place? I knew I wasn't on the ranch any longer. The air felt different, warmer and dustier. It reminded me of my years in Mexico. Maybe I had underestimated Peter. Was he responsible for my present captivity? If so, how had he incapacitated me? It was one thing to overcome someone physically, but a whole different thing to completely overwhelm a vampire's senses. I felt like a human who had been unconscious for some time. How long had I been here? Had I been missed? If this wasn't Peter's handiwork, then whose? I had to get out of here. I needed to get back to the ranch before the wedding. No way in hell was I going to let Bella down. Putting my hands against the door, I pushed against it, but there was something wrong. It was as if I was trying to push through a layer of thick treacle. What was wrong with me? The door flexed slightly, but I didn't have the strength to break it open. I studied my hands, they looked almost translucent. Blinking fast, I looked again. Everything seemed slightly out of focus. What the hell was going on here? I leaned against the wall and slid down until I was sitting on my haunches outside the door. Whatever was going on, I had no intention of being surprised by anyone foolish enough to enter. All I could do was wait and hope whatever was influencing me now would fade. As soon as I felt more like myself, I would find a way out of this box. It was pointless and futile to expend more energy until I was more in control of my body. A voice spoke out from a speaker placed high on one wall, tinny but clear enough. "Ah, Major. I understand you're back with us. I wondered how long it would be. That's the trouble with new gifts. You never know how they'll work. Still, it did what was needed. What a shame you'll miss your big day. I wonder if your bride will wait, hoping you'll return to her. What do you think?" I thought I knew the voice, but I couldn't put a name to it, my brain was still fogged. "Do you think you can keep me here?" The laughter was genuine. "Oh, Major. I think I can keep you here long enough, and that's all that matters." "Long enough for what? Who are you?" "I'm surprised that you don't recognize me, Major. Still, that's all to the good. Why don't you come in and let me see you?" "You must think I'm stupid, Major. I think I'm safer with you not knowing. Just shout if you want anything. Not that it will make any difference, I just don't want you thinking that we're being inhospitable." The speaker cut off and racked my brain to put a name to the voice. It was someone I hadn't heard from in a long time. Was this something to do with Maria? Or was I just linking the thought of Mexico and the heat with her? I didn't trust my thought processes, not yet. It was quiet again now. I couldn't hear anyone moving around. The only sounds were the wind and an occasional bird flying by. So, I was away from civilization, in the middle of nowhere, when I should be at the ranch getting ready for my wedding. To hell with this. What I needed was to get out of here, kill whoever was gloating out there, and get back to Bella. I didn't have time to wait until whatever was influencing me wore off. I sat for a while longer and felt my head begin to clear. I had no idea how long I had to get back to Boulder, but my captor had told me that there was still time, theoretically at least. Clenching my fists, I felt my strength returning. Was it enough to get me out of here? Well, I guess there was only one way to find out. I walked over to the door, but decided that would probably have been reinforced or was being watched. It was the first place a prisoner tried as an escape route. Instead, I stared at the roof. It was probably my best bet, and with a slight bend of my knees, I propelled myself upwards and grabbed the thick metal girder. I probably couldn't bend the lever now, but I could use it as a birch, and began to put pressure on the bolts, pushing them upwards through the holes drilled for them as I unscrewed the washers from the bolts. It didn't take long and I felt my strength returning. The trouble was that it wouldn't last. Firstly, I had no idea of the gift used on me, but it had certainly drained me of strength, and living on animal blood meant I needed to hunt more often. I hadn't hunted since our guests arrived. I had planned on doing so on the eve of our wedding just to be on the safe side, and as a result, I was thirsty. The last bolt removed, I tried the roof beam and saw the roof slates move. So, I now had my exit sorted. Waiting would serve no purpose, so I listened carefully but couldn't hear anyone close by unless they were standing absolutely still. It was possible, but I still fancied my chances against anyone out there, apart from the gift that had been used to get me here. Now, should I burst out or try to be stealthy? To hell with it. I put all my weight against the roof, bracing myself against the beam, and used it to push the slates off the roof with a loud crash and a cloud of stone dust. Jumping down to the ground, I looked around. There was no one close by, but I could see several figures in the distance who had been alerted by the noise and would be here in seconds. It then hit me where I had heard the voice before. It was Carlos, Maria's greatest rival for superiority over the Southern Covens. Why the hell would he want me? He must know that I would never fight for him, not even for revenge over Maria. Besides, I hadn't been a fighter for years. Instead of running in the opposite direction, I headed straight for the figures coming at me. They hesitated, then stopped taking fighting stances. Did they think they could take me? I checked their faces warily, pleased to see that they looked uneasy, which meant they did not have the gift with them. I was a little rusty. I hadn't fought in earnest for a very long time, but I soon overpowered the guards. They were reasonable fighters, but no match for me. As a result, my thirst was becoming worse. I needed to hunt, I needed to find out what the time was, and I really needed to get to the ranch for my wedding. I could ignore Carlos for now, but would he try again? I needed to know why he had tried to kidnap me and who his gift was. So, I picked up the cell phone one of the vampires had been carrying when I attacked and scrolled through the contacts. There it was, Carlos and a phone number. I hit dial and waited, glancing around to get my bearings. This wasn't Mexico. I knew the sounds and smells of that place only too well. In the distance, I could hear traffic and made for it. There was sure to be a sign along the highway telling me where I was. Jose. What's wrong? I told you not to call me. Has he turned up to collect his package? Don't forget to check the money first. Hello, Carlos. I'm afraid your boys are lighting up a patch of scrub right now. Care to tell me who you're working for? There was a short silence, then Carlos replied. Major. So, the gift wasn't as powerful as it was supposed to be. Where are you? Never mind that. Taking on jobs like a mercenary these days. How low can you fall? Work isn't easy to come by since that bitch Maria took over the whole of the South. She only hands out scraps to the rest of us. My heart bleeds for you. Who are you working for? You can tell me and avoid a visit, or I can come find you, and I know you know what that will mean. I want the name of the gift too. And your inside man. Are you going to pay me for those answers, Major? Yeah, I'm gonna let you live. You have 2 minutes, then I'm going to cut this connection and hunt you down. I knew he wasn't a coward, but neither was he a fool. He believed my threat. Nathan. He's still jealous of you. He got his hands on a gift. The trouble is, it's a very unstable gift. He should have given her straight to Maria, but instead, he heard about your wedding and decided it might allow him to take you out. Nathan. I wouldn't have thought he would have had it in him, but for now, I needed more answers. Where's the gift? I don't know. She was whisked away as soon as you were under. Too valuable to leave on the loose. It's a good job her gift works at a distance. No one was keen to get too close to you. Your name is still enough to terrify most men. I would imagine she was taken straight back to Mexico. If he has any sense, he'll hand her over to Maria pronto. And Nathan? He should be on his way. I think he was hoping to gloat before killing you. Nathan couldn't kill me on his best day and my worst. What about your inside man? I prayed it wasn't Sasha. That would make things difficult for everyone. Especially as she had formed a bond of sorts with Bella. That would be Gabriel. He made the big mistake of running away, taking with him my money and his gift, which I helped him to expand. Not a good move, especially as I eventually caught up with him. Luckily, by the time he was tied with Alice Cullen, he agreed to help in exchange for his life. So he didn't engineer a meeting with Alice. No. The fact he was with her put him on our radar. Nathan has been keeping an eye on you for years. He knew about Gabriel's gift and heard about your wedding. I was paid to facilitate the kidnapping, as Gabriel was one of mine. It was too good an opportunity for him to miss. I had turned around and could see the building I had been held in up ahead. If I ever see you again, Carlos, you're a dead man. I suggest you get back over the border and stay there. And don't try to warn Nathan, or I will hunt you down. The phone went dead and I guessed Carlos was already headed south. I didn't know how much time I had before Nathan appeared, so I hurriedly cleared up, making it seem I was still a prisoner, then found a good place to conceal myself. I needed to hunt, but there was no time. I wanted Nathan out of the way permanently. When the phone rang again, I frowned, stared at the screen, and then answered it. Major. The sound of that voice made me tense. I understand there has been a little trouble. I want you to know that I was not involved, even though Nathan is. What makes you think I believe you, Maria? Oh, Major. When have I ever lied to you? I'm wounded you would think that of me. I don't want trouble with you or the Volturi. I like my life as it is. I've worked hard to reach the top, and I won't let a fool ruin it for me. So, what are you saying? Nathan won't be joining you. He thought I didn't know what he was up to. A bad mistake, and one he shouldn't have made after all these years with me. I also tipped off the Volturi about the gift, although Mary's isn't as powerful as it's made out to be. As for Carlos, well, I'll leave him to you. It breaks my heart to hear that you are getting married. We had such chemistry. I still miss you, Major. You were going to kill me. I'd still like to, but I know my limitations, and that doesn't mean that I don't still miss you. Anyway, I just wanted you to know that none of this was my doing. Consider my help in tidying up the mess as your wedding gift. Adios, Major. Did I believe Maria? Actually, I did. She was many things, but as she had said herself, she was not a liar. All that was left for me now was to get back to the ranch as fast as possible. As for Gabriel, well, I would cross that bridge when I got to it. Realizing that I would be a danger to every human I encountered until I had hunted, I made for the highway to check out where I was, and then I would find a meal. On my way, I sent a text to Peter telling him that I was fine and I would explain everything when I got back. I just hoped he had managed to keep my disappearance a secret from Bella, or she would be worried sick. The date and time on the phone told me I had slightly less than 8 hours to get back to Boulder, and I moved more quickly. Once inside the house, Peter resumed his interrogation of Gabriel. Start talking, and you'd better hope what you tell me helps to find the Major, or your wife is gonna find herself a widow. Gabriel hunched his shoulders, thoroughly cowed now. I was picked up by a recruiting team straight after that bitch Sasha bit me. I had no idea what was going on and spent 3 years in a hellhole in Guatemala fighting for Carlos. Peter's eyes narrowed at that. Are you telling me that Carlos snatched the Major? Gabriel shook his head. He wouldn't dare. He's too scared of the Major. Most people are. He's the boogeyman as far as most vampires are concerned. Now that's what I call fucking sensible. Go on. I escaped from the compound and moved north into the USA. Eventually, I ran into Alice, just like she said. I knew she was the one for me, and I was tired of being alone. Peter cut him off. I don't give a fuck about your romance. Just get to the point. Somehow Carlos got to hear that I was with Alice Cullen, and when he was given the job of trapping the Major, he contacted me. He said he'd send some of his soldiers to kill Alice if I didn't help out. I wasn't involved in the kidnap. All I had to do was to make sure none of your gifts would work so they could get their hands on him. You fucking snake. You were guests here and you stabbed your host in the back. You and that little witch deserve each other. What else? I don't know much more. I didn't need to know. All Carlos said was that they had a gift who could overpower the Major long enough for them to deliver him to the customer. Who? Where? Gabriel shook his head. I don't know. I didn't ask, and Carlos didn't offer the information. Look, Alice is innocent. You have to let her go. She didn't even know I'd heard of the Major. I only agreed to help Carlos to keep Alice safe. When he gets back, you're gonna wish you hadn't either. For now, you can sit over there and keep your mouth shut. If you so much as twitch, I'll rip your fucking head off and stuff it down your wife's throat. Got it? He nodded and collapsed into the chair, his head in his hands. I waited as Peter stood deep in thought. So, what next, Peter? He glanced at me. The girls are on their way back. As soon as they get here, Charlotte and I will leave for Mexico. If Carlos is involved in this, then that's probably where they'll take him. We need to know who's behind it all. If he's still alive, you mean? His reply was controlled, but his eyes flashed dangerously. He's still alive until I see otherwise. You keep thoughts like that to yourself, Cullen. I nodded. Peter was becoming more dangerous by the second, and I suspected no one would be safe until he found Jasper. Do you need any help? He snorted derisively. Yeah, but not from you. No offense, Cullen, but I need people I can trust to watch my back. Saying that, he walked to the door. See that he stays put. If I find he's escaped, you'll answer for it. I nodded and sat guard opposite Gabriel, although whether I could stop him if he decided to make a run for it was the question. I didn't want to be the reason Alice lost her husband to flight or Peter's wrath. As for the outcome of all this, if Jasper escaped and returned here, Gabriel's chances of survival didn't bear thinking about. I glanced at my watch. It was 4 in the morning. Only 8 hours to go before the wedding. I wasn't prepared to bet that it would be going ahead. I felt sorry for Bella. None of this was her fault, but she would be the one to pay if Jasper's disappearance became permanent. All I could do was to pray Peter would have a streak of good luck and track down whoever was responsible. Peter. I glanced at the track and saw a car stirring up the dust. I wasn't looking forward to facing Bella, but I could promise her that I would find out what had happened and bring the Major back. I just hoped I could keep both promises, but things weren't looking hopeful. He'd been missing for more than a day now. Long enough for any enemy to kill him if he couldn't shake off the effect of the gift and escape. Bella was the first out of the car and came storming over to me, shouting that I'd had no right to keep the kidnapping from her. As she faced me, her eyes blazing, I felt an enormous pressure in my head. It was like someone had forced a hose up my ass and was forcing air through my body to fill my skull. Before I had time to say anything in my defense, Esme grabbed her by the arms and turned her away. Bella, Peter isn't the enemy. He's your best bet of getting Jasper back. Now calm down before you do something you're going to regret. The sound of my phone stopped her in her tracks. I'd received a message and I knew both women were hoping it would be good news. As soon as I glanced at the text, I let out a sigh of relief. It was from the Major. I held it up for Bella to see. Look, he's okay. He'll be back soon. Stop worrying. I told you everything would be fine. She snatched the phone from my grasp and stared at the message. It wasn't until I saw the tears rolling down her cheeks that I understood just how worried she had been. Her fingers flew over the screen as she typed a reply and then waited, but there was no reply. Her eyebrows knitted in confusion. He's not answering. Are you sure it was from Jasper? It could be a trick. I shook my head. Nope. He's the only person I know who calls me Captain and signs himself M. It was from him. I studied the message once more, then understanding dawned. This message was sent over an hour ago. It must have got caught in that messaging scrapyard in the sky. Drives me fucking crazy when it happens. She grabbed my arm. Are you sure? Positive. There could be several reasons why he didn't answer you. Your message could have gotten lost too. He could be on the move or even hunting. You saw what he wrote. He'll be here. Stop worrying. I wasn't quite as sure as I made out. It was odd that he hadn't answered Bella's text. He must know she'd be frantic. Still, all we could do was act as if he would be back in time. Esme, why don't you take Bella inside and try to repair the mess she is in? I take it you don't want to appear looking like the bride of Frankenstein, Bella. She shook her head. I want to see Gabriel first. I'm sure you do, but it's not gonna happen. He's safely in custody and I know the Major is going to want words with him when he gets back. You're just gonna have to wait in line. Now scoot. I thought for a moment she would object, but Esmond Rose took her gently by the arms and led her towards the house. I just hoped Carlyle had the sense to keep Gabriel out of sight. As Alice attempted to follow her, Charlotte restrained her. I think under the circumstances you should probably stay well away from Bella. She might not feel as mellow as Sasha. Alice scowled. I want to see Gabriel. I don't give a fuck what you want, madam. This clusterfuck is partly your fault, so you do as you're told. Stay away from Bella and everyone else. Charlotte, why don't you remove Alice to the barn and make sure she stays there? I'll send one of the guys to keep you company. No need, Peter. Emmett had joined us. I have the perfect guard right here. He motioned to Hugo, who stood at his side. Hugo, guard. The dog followed the direction of Emmett's outstretched hand and moved to stand beside Alice, growling low in his throat. Hugo can sense a threat. He'll keep Alice away from the house. I glanced at him skeptically. Yeah, well. You won't mind if I set my own watch too, now will you? Charlotte took Alice's arm and led her away from the house, followed by Hugo, who never took his eyes from her. By the way, if I whistle, start removing limbs. It'll mean Gabriel decided to play hardball. The same goes for you, Missy. You give Charlotte any grief and I'll start a little dismemberment of my own. Jasper. I had finally come across a couple of deer after half an hour, which quenched my thirst for now, although I would try to hunt again before the wedding if I got back quickly enough. As I began my run back to the ranch, I grabbed the phone from my pocket, hoping to find a reply to my text, and was relieved to see there was one new message. I just hoped it was for me and not the owner of the phone. When I realized it was from Bella, I stopped cursing Peter for allowing her to worry. It had been received a while back and I knew she would be panicking when I hadn't replied immediately. Stopping to call her would mean cutting it fine, but I had to hear her voice and reassure her that I was okay. Peter answered and I heard the relief in his tone. Major? About fucking time. Where are you? On my way back. Good. Are you gonna make it in time? Or should I put everything on hold? I'll be there. How's Bella? Why the hell did you tell her? Don't blame me. I've been trying to juggle 100 fucking balls in the air. It's not my fault you decide to play the invisible man the day before your wedding. What do you want me to do with Gabriel and your ex-wife? I could hear the longing in his voice and knew he was hoping I would tell him to deal with them, but they weren't the ones responsible, and until I knew the whole story I was content to wait. Just keep them on ice. How's Bella holding up? Let me talk to her. Hang on. Before I could speak to her, the phone died. The battery was empty. I would have to wait until I got back, but at least Peter could tell her that he had spoken to me and I was fine. Peter. As I got to the top of the stairs, something made me hesitate, and looking down at the phone I saw I'd lost the connection with the Major. Cursing, I tried calling him, but his phone was either switched off or the battery had died. Just fucking great. I wasn't sure if I should tell Bella about the call or not, but decided that if she found out later I'd kept it from her, my balls would be in the blender. When I walked in, Bella jumped up and ran to me. What is it? Is there something wrong? I shook my head. Nope, you'll get your wedding. The Major sends his apologies. He was otherwise detained when you sent your text. He called to speak to you, but his battery died. He'll be here for the wedding. I don't care about the wedding, as long as Jasper's okay. Let's just forget it for now. I really can't get all dressed up when I don't know where he is. I'm sorry. I just want to be alone for a while. The girls were disappointed, but I could see where she was coming from. I mean, what did the wedding matter? She was so wrapped up in concern for her mate she couldn't think about fucking dresses and flowers right now. When they hesitated, I motioned for them to leave, then shut the door and sat beside Bella on the bed. He's okay, you know that, don't you? If there was any danger at all, I wouldn't be sitting here, I guarantee you that. But Gabriel's still here. How would you know? He may be, but remember, the Major called me and he's not under the influence of anyone now. He'll be here soon. She turned to look at me. Do you think I'm crazy calling off the wedding? I laughed. Hell no. I think you're crazy wanting to marry into the Whitlock clan. She smiled. Thanks, Peter. For everything. For being a good friend to Jasper and me. Yeah, well, I never got a choice with him, but I'm glad he found you. I admit I thought he was batshit crazy when he told me, but you've kinda grown on me. A bit like poison ivy. She laughed and slapped my arm. Are you ever sensible? I thought about that for a minute, then shook my head. Where's the fun in it? Now come on down and join the party. Just because there's not going to be a wedding today doesn't mean we can't have some fun. Sitting up here alone worrying until you see his ugly face won't do you any good. I took her arm and pulled her to her feet. Let's go. I thought that she might resist me, but with a sigh she looked around and nodded. Whatever you say, Captain Whitlock. I grinned. Brother Peter will do. She groaned. Brother? Yeah, don't you see the resemblance? The Major and I are like twins. Mind you, I'm the good-looking one. I opened the door and led her downstairs, hoping there wouldn't be any delays. I wouldn't be easy in my mind until I saw the Major in the flesh. I couldn't get Bella to come inside. She insisted on sitting out on the porch, her gaze fixed on the track that led to the highway. I knew she was desperate to catch sight of Jasper and I couldn't blame her. It must have been terrible not knowing where he was or what had happened to him. Thank goodness everything had worked out in the end. Why couldn't life ever be simple for us? Everything was invariably a drama. Maybe it was just one of the drawbacks of being a vampire. Or perhaps it was what happened when your past was so murky. This could just be the result of being a Whitlock. No, that was unfair. None of this was Peter's fault. Talking of Peter, I volunteered to call the celebrant and explain that the wedding had been delayed because I knew that in his present mood Peter was likely to say the first thing that came to mind and they might need his services at a later date. I knew without a doubt that had Peter not heard from Jasper, Gabriel was unlikely to still be alive. He was having enough of a problem keeping his hands off Alice's husband as it was. I couldn't help feeling sorry for Alice, who had been ignorant of what Gabriel was doing. It was evident that she loved him deeply, but could she ever trust him again? It would be hard, especially as the family had now turned against him. Why did life have to be so complicated? I sighed, wishing I could wave a magic wand and have everyone happy and settled, but that was impossible. All I could do now was act as a bridge between Alice and the others. Bella concerned me the most. I had an inkling that she could be as dangerous as any vampire here. I was sure Alice's headache was down to her. We had underestimated her when she was involved with Edward. It had been easy to dismiss her ability to block Edward from reading her thoughts as an aberration. I suspected it was just the tip of the iceberg. I wondered if Carlyle had considered this yet. If not, I wasn't sure it was wise to speak about it. The walls have ears and vampires have a very long audio range. It would be a tragedy if my suspicions were somehow to find their way to Italy. I'd heard enough about Aro to be cautious about what I might think. Do you think he's okay, Esm? Shouldn't he be back by now? Bella's words interrupted my thoughts and I went to stand beside her, wrapping my arm around her shoulders. She felt so fragile and I was suddenly filled with the urge to protect her, to take away her fears. Instead, all I could do was stand beside her and try to reassure her that Jasper would be back soon. I'm sure he'll be here soon. We don't know how far he had to come. Try not to worry, Bella. You must be the only person who would think he might be in trouble. Jasper can take care of himself. She turned to me and I saw a flash of anger in her eyes, but it died immediately and a wan smile appeared. I know you're right, but I can't help worrying. After all, he shouldn't have to look after himself anymore. He has family, he has me. Just because he was forced to fight and killed by Maria doesn't mean he can't be hurt. I opened my mouth to answer her, then just smiled as a voice spoke out from behind us. You looking for someone, darling? We both turned and there he was, looking a little travel-stained, but Bella didn't care. With a squeal of joy, she threw herself into his arms and he held her tight to him. Seeing they needed some privacy, I walked back into the house smiling to myself. Jasper. I guess I should have come up the track so Bella could see me, but I couldn't resist surprising her. To have her in my arms again filled me with a warmth and joy I had never felt before. She clung tight as I covered her face and hair in kisses, breathing in the scent of her and only too aware of my own disheveled state. I was covered in dust and my clothes were rumpled and covered in seeds and parts of bushes where I had hunted quickly before running back. Bella didn't care. Her warmth and love enveloped me and I realized for the 100th time just how lucky I was to have her love. Sorry, I'm late. I had a problem, but better late than never. I stepped back holding her hands in mine and saw that she was crying. Tears for me? Would wonders never cease? Hey, you didn't think I'd miss the wedding, did you? It took too long to find you. I thought I'd lost you. No way. It'll take more than a crazy Mexican to get rid of me. So, are we ready? I'll just have a shower and change and... She interrupted me. I cancelled it. I couldn't bear the thought of seeing everyone waiting while I stood alone. Did you change your mind? I wouldn't blame you. I'm not exactly a good bet. No. I just decided I didn't care about getting married as long as you were here with me. I smiled. Oh no. You don't get out of it that easily. You may not care, but I do. I want you, body and soul, and I am getting that ring on your finger, celebrant or not. Bella smiled, but I could see she was still worried about me. Distress was evident in her voice and her actions. You have me already. A piece of paper won't change that. Who said anything about a piece of paper? I just want to hear you swear your life to mine. The joy in her smile as she heard that filled me with warmth once more. So, let me get tittied up and. She shook her head, refusing to let go of my hands. No way. You are not leaving my sight until it's done. Peter. Her shout had Peter with us in seconds. So, you finally decided to show your ugly mug. About fucking time. It's been like a fucking funeral parlor here. What do you need, Bella? I can kick his sorry ass around the ranch if you like. I want you to marry us. He shook his head. Sorry, babe. I'm already married. Peter, her voice held a warning although it was a sham. Okay, you're getting as demanding as my fucking wife. So, what do I have to do? Bella turned to me. Just witness us pledge our love to each other. Peter grinned. I can do that. Shall I get the others? It's not a wedding without guests and there's a motley crew hanging around I could rope in. Bella nodded, then turned back to me. I hope you can find something to say. I smiled down at her. Are you sure you don't want to do this properly? I can get cleaned up and you could put on the gown Charlotte made for you. That doesn't matter. She'll understand. I thought she was probably right, Charlotte would understand. I just wasn't so sure the others would, but it was our day so our rules applied. The others joined us, except for Alice, and I wasn't sure I wanted to see her right now, but I did wonder where Gabriel was and who was guarding his sorry ass. As if he could read my mind, Emmett nodded. Don't worry about Gabriel. He's well guarded. I swear the dog knows he's a weasel. He's standing there growling at Gabriel as if he'd like nothing better than to chew off his gonads. Besides, that little shit knows if he tries to run he's dead. Peter read him his rights, frightened him to death. Yeah, Peter can be very coherent when it comes to warnings. Peter grinned but didn't answer. He was enjoying his position as a celebrant. I just hoped he would remember it was a wedding and not do something to spoil it for Bella. Still, I guess she knew what she was doing. She knew Peter well enough, and if she was happy to juggle with dynamite, then so was I. Right, folks? You all know why we are here today. I honestly never thought I would see my best friend happy. He's been through a lot in his life, most of it alone. The Major gave me the love of my life, my beautiful Charlotte, and I'm touched to be here to see him with the love of his. It's a privilege for all of us. Bella saw the man behind the mask. It's something few of us ever do. So, we're going to hear their vows to each other. I think that's all any couple needs to make them soulmates. Major, are you ready? I nodded, wondering if the words I wanted to say would come. I wasn't much of a talker at the best of times, but here goes. I took Bella's hands once more and looked into her beautiful face. Bella, firstly I want to thank you for being here at my side. I'm not good with words, so please excuse me. I think what I want to say is that I love you with every fiber of my being. I love you for what you are and whatever you become. Just stay at my side and I will protect you from harm and never hurt you in any way. I promise to share my heart with you and always show you how deeply I care for you. I will love you loyally and fiercely, and God help anyone who tries to harm you or get between us. Peter nodded his approval, but I only had eyes for Bella as she smiled, her cheeks flushed pink. Wow! How can I follow that? Jasper, you complete me in ways I never knew possible. Showed me a depth of love I thought only existed in fiction. I wish I could promise you the world, but it isn't mine to give. What I can promise you is my love, support and passion. I know our life together will be full of excitement and adventure, and together nothing can beat us. I pledge all of me to you. I love you and I'll never let you go. A hand appeared holding a gold band and I slipped it on Bella's finger, then we kissed. I didn't know much about weddings, but this was perfect for us, I could feel that. Okay, let the bride take a breath, Casanova. I now pronounce you man and wife. Congratulations, Major Bella. The family crowded around us with hugs for me and kisses for Bella. I'd never seen her look more radiant even though she was dressed in jeans and a sweater. My wife, my soulmate, my future. Of course, everyone was eager to hear what had happened to me and I filled them in watching as Peter's expression darkened. Nathan. That fucking weasel. When are we going to pay him a visit? We're not. Nathan's been taken care of. A wedding gift from Maria. Peter frowned, but it was Bella's reaction I was more interested in. Maria? I smiled and pulled her closer. There's no need to worry, darling. I think she was probably fed up with him anyway. He was a fucking moron. Not a patch on you. I never understood why she promoted him. Fucking court jester is all he was good for. Bella burst out laughing at Peter's words. I was beginning to think you were an alien parading as Peter Whitlock. Thank you, Peter. That ceremony was. She broke off and we saw tears in her eyes. Peter shrugged. Hell, I can behave when I want to. It's just that I rarely want to. Congratulations, Bella. Just you make sure you look after him. I will. Bella surprised him by throwing her arms around his neck and kissing him. It was the first time I'd ever seen him lost for words. Aware that I looked like a tramp, I was about to clean up when I remembered Gabriel, and with Bella's blessing Peter, Emmett and I went to talk to him. I had wanted to rip his head off for deceiving us, but he was merely a pawn. I could still remember how intimidating Maria and Carlos could be, and Gabriel was no warrior. So, how do you want to play this, Major? You want me to build a pyre? No, Peter. This is my wedding day. I'm not going to spoil it by killing anyone. Besides, he's just a kid. Peter laughed. A kid? Are you getting soft, Major? He's almost the same age as we were when we were caught by Maria. Maybe, but he didn't have our background. He's not a killer, he's barely a vampire. Peter shrugged. Well, okay, it's your show. Hugo was standing with his hackles up, growling menacingly at the young man who stood up nervously when he saw me. Your little plan didn't work, as you can see. Gabriel's eyes flickered from me to Peter and Emmett, then back to me once more. I had no choice. They threatened me, they threatened Alice. And you never thought to talk to me. How much did they tell you about me, Gabriel? He shrugged. The usual stories. Everyone's heard about the Major. If vampires had kids, you would be the boogeyman in their stories. I never really believed them. I thought Maria had exaggerated your prowess to frighten newborns. And now? What do you think now? Do you wish that you'd thought of speaking to me instead of following their orders? I don't know. I guess so. I didn't know that you could protect us. How could I? I wasn't prepared to put Alice in danger to prove it. I stared at him and saw him shrink further under my gaze. Peter here thinks I should kill you, and he's probably right. If not for Bella, trust me, you would be screaming for mercy right now. As it is, I'm inclined to let you live. I could feel the relief flood through him. Which is not to say that I don't think you deserve a lesson in what happens to people who try to double-cross me. I don't need one, really I don't. I promise you we'll leave. You'll never see either of us again. Really? You think Alice will just walk away from her family for you? He frowned. Of course, she's my wife. She loves me. We're meant for each other. Maybe. That's the other reason you're still breathing. It wouldn't be fair to torture her by killing you. Again he relaxed a little and I pulled him up by his arm, Hugo snarling now and worrying his pants leg as if ready at a word to bite him. Emmett, take him out. Bella will want to see him. Emmett, understanding that I wanted him out of the way, took Hugo by the collar and half dragged him away from Gabriel. Peter and I waited until he had gone, then I pushed Gabriel back down. Mind you remember this lesson, boy. There won't be a second. Peter grabbed Gabriel and threw him across the barn to crash into the far wall, and before he hit the ground I was on him. He was terrified and I amplified that until he was shaking with fear and groveling on the ground. It didn't save him from a beating, and each time he hit the floor his fear increased and the pain I sent had him scrabbling into the corners begging us to stop. When we did, he remained crouched on the floor with his arms wrapped around his body, whimpering and groaning. I walked over and pulled him to his feet. If there's a next time, we'll dismember you and burn the limbs in front of you. Then I'll send you mad with fear. See if Alice wants to spend eternity with a limbless lunatic. This is the only warning you'll ever get. Remember it well. Now, go. I'll send Alice to find you. He scurried out, still whimpering, and I turned to Peter. I think he got the message. Let's go join the others. I need a shower and then I'm going to take my bride home. Peter nodded his approval and we walked back to the house together in companionable silence. Everything was just perfect. It seemed crazy saying that, but it was true. After hours of worry, thinking I might never see Jasper again, here I was lying in his arms. Our wedding had been unusual, but everything about our relationship was unusual. Thinking back on it, the ceremony meant so much more because it had been spontaneous. The words we spoke in front of our friends, our witnesses, came from the heart. Nothing could ever beat that, and it was a memory I would cherish for all time. He smiled and pushed a strand of hair out of the way so he could look at me. A penny for them. I was just thinking how perfect my life is. For a while there I thought I'd lost you and I didn't know what I would do without you. Then suddenly you were there and I felt as light as a feather. Promise me that we'll never be parted again. He smiled and kissed the top of my head. I promise. You have no idea how precious you are to me. That's why I wanted us to be married. I know it wasn't what you had planned and we can always do it again properly. I interrupted. It was done properly. I wouldn't change a thing. It did make me think though. Oh. About what? I want you to change me. I thought that was a given. We have a trip to Norway for our honeymoon, and when we get back, if you still feel the same way. No. I mean now. I felt so helpless when you were missing. There was nothing I could do except pace about and worry. I want to be able to look after you. To protect you just like you've always protected me. He laughed but then saw I was serious. You mean it, don't you? You want me to change you now? Bella, I don't think a few weeks will matter. Enjoy your last few months as a human. Don't be in such a hurry to throw it all away. I'm serious. We can have a honeymoon while you teach me control. We'll have to be alone for that anyhow, away from the humans. I just don't think I can go on worrying that something might happen and I'll be useless. He sighed and wrapped me in his arms. Oh, Bella. I'm so sorry this ruined everything. I don't want to hurry you into becoming a vampire. You're not. It's my decision. Please, Jasper. I love you so much. I want to be an equal partner in this marriage. You already are, but if it's what you want. Maybe I can give the tickets to Esmer Rose. Why don't you give them to Alice and Gabriel? He stared at me in astonishment. Alice? Why them? Well, I feel sorry for her. She didn't know what Gabriel was doing and she is his wife. They need time to themselves to work out what they're going to do. Besides, I like the idea that they will be on a different continent from us. Maybe they'll do us a favor and decide to stay there. He sighed, shaking his head. You never cease to amaze me, darling. Personally, I'd prefer it if I never saw or spoke to either of them again, but you're right. None of this is Alice's fault and Gabriel is just a weak-willed fool who needs to learn some survival skills, or Alice is going to find herself a widow before too long. Silence fell as he held me and I drifted, the feeling of his body against mine reassuring. It would be nice not to feel chilled and have to wrap a blanket around myself after a little while. Once I was a vampire, nothing would come between us, and that's what I wanted. Jasper. I wanted Bella to become immortal so there was no chance I would lose her to accident or disease, but I hadn't wanted to rush her. Now here she was rushing me. I guess the Norway trip could wait. Peter had found the idea of it hilarious. Do you still have any functioning brain cells, Major? Or has battle killed them all off? Do you actually want to take your human bride to one of the coldest fucking places on earth for a honeymoon? She'll die of fucking frostbite within days. Very sexy it'll be with her wrapped up in fucking polar bear fleeces in bed. I don't think they have polar bears in Norway, Peter. He stared at me in disbelief. No shit. I finally got one over on you. For your information, there. Someplace called Svalbard. I looked at him grinning. Have you been reading some of those books Charlotte keeps bringing home? I thought you just looked at the pictures. Don't change the fucking subject. Or maybe you just can't get it up anymore, old man. I glanced at him but refused to be drawn further into his game. Bella wanted to see Norway. End of. Peter laughed. Well, I guess it's better than looking at you for days on end. You just make sure you look after her. She's kinda grown on me and I'd hate to have to beat you to a pulp for losing her. I'll try to remember that. He nodded then became serious. You know she's gifted, I assume. Well, of course, we discovered that when Edward couldn't hear her thoughts. It used to drive him crazy. Peter shook his head. Not that. That was just a party trick. I've been talking to Charlotte. She seems to think Bella is unusual. I pointed out she would have to be if she fell for your sorry ass. Anyhow, both she and Esme suspect Bella has mental abilities. He explained what had happened with Alice and Gabriel. So, it's best you change her now before she blows someone's head off accidentally. At least as a vampire she can learn to control it. I was intrigued but not surprised. I'd always thought there was something special about Bella Swan. It would be fun to teach her to control both her thirst and her gift if the others were right. All I knew was that I loved her with all my heart and I would both protect and enable her. The first few weeks were hard but I'd expected that. Bella was unusual in that she learned to hunt and control her thirst pretty quickly but governing her temper took considerably longer. If she became frustrated she would lash out and as I was the only one here I bore the brunt of her anger. At first it was simply physical which I could cope with easily enough even her mortification when she calmed down and saw the results of her handiwork. Hell, a few more scars would hardly be noticeable as I told her time and time again. It was her mental abilities I found harder to deal with. The first time I felt it I was knocked to the ground as if a huge metal band had been placed over my forehead and tightened like a vise. The pain was excruciating and it took me a few minutes to learn how to turn it back. The trouble was that I didn't want to hurt Bella, I loved her too much for that. Eventually, I found a way to dial it down just enough to stop her in her tracks. Bella was so upset when I explained what had happened that she ran from me. She tried to hide but I wasn't about to let her wallow in shame. We talked about it and I tried to explain that she would master it until it became a tool she could use if necessary, not the curse she saw it as. I just wish I'd known about it when I found out that Gabriel was behind your disappearance. I would have freed his brain. As soon as the words were out she regretted them. What's happening to me, Jasper? Why would I say such a thing? I don't recognize myself any longer. It's your vampire instincts kicking in. Remember, most vampires live to hunt. They feed, kill, then move on and do the same thing over and over. We all have to learn to control our bloodlust, it's just harder for someone like you. Someone who never had a bad thought about anyone. She smiled at that. I think you're biased. I've had the odd violent thought, I just never gave voice to them. I don't want to be like that. I guess I just didn't understand how hard it was for all of you to learn control. How do you do it? You, Carlisle, Peter, you all make it look so easy. I laughed. Easy? No, it wasn't easy at first. It takes time and patience. Sometimes a very long time. You're doing remarkably well for a newborn. She studied me. How long did it take for you to teach Maria's newborns to become fighters? That was different. They didn't have to learn much control. Just enough not to kill each other. She wanted their bloodlust so they would fight her enemies for her. What if they couldn't learn control? Then they were of no further use to her and she ordered them disposed of. Like Charlotte. She told me how you saved her for Peter. I shrugged. Charlotte was a special case. Usually, I just killed them. Again, I felt her eyes on me. That makes you special, Jasper. A vampire who can decide to kill or not to kill. I don't think I could switch it on and off like that. I was a soldier, Bella. Used to taking orders. It was no different to my time in the Confederate Army. We killed Union soldiers, not each other. She smiled. Don't put yourself down. I think you're amazing. Just as well, or the rest of eternity is going to be somewhat awkward. Dulles left told me that she was coming to terms with her new life and I would be there to make sure she didn't do anything that would cause her to question her decision to throw in her lot with me. Bella desperately wanted to see the family, but I refused until I was sure she could control herself well enough not to lose her temper with some remark of Peter's. I didn't want to play referee between my wife and my best friend because someone was going to get hurt and that someone was probably me. It was more than a year before I decided that she was ready and we had a great reunion. The only fly in the ointment was Hugo, who wasn't at all sure of his mistress since she had changed. This hurt Bella's feelings, but she persevered and eventually, Hugo came around, although I suspected he would never be comfortable with her. He always went back to Emmett for reassurance. Bella shrugged. It looks like you've got yourself a dog, Emmett. I guess he's just gotten used to you. I've been away too long. Emmett was delighted, although he tried not to show Bella. Instead, he and Peter challenged Bella to a race. The last one back gets a dunking in the creek. I shook my head. They were just like kids and waited with Esme while they raced off. She's doing well, Jasper. And you look happy. I'm so glad for both of you. We've missed you. Thanks. Any news on Alice? I didn't like to bring that up. She and Gabriel are still together. I know she feels bad about what he did. She's hoping that maybe one day you and Bella can see your way to forgiving him. In the meantime, they bought a place in Norway. We've been to see them once, but it was difficult. I was glad that Alice had found her soulmate, but I couldn't forgive Gabriel, not yet and maybe never. As for Bella, it was best to keep her and Gabriel apart or Alice would find herself a very lonely widow. Bella was elated when they got back. It was pretty obvious that she hadn't lost the race as Peter was dripping wet. It seemed that not only had she beaten them both racing, but she'd also won an arm wrestling competition with Emmett. You wanna be careful, Jazz. That woman is dynamite. Emmett was grinning. I think he enjoyed having someone who could give him true competition. As for Bella, she had never looked more beautiful or desirable. I truly was the luckiest man on the planet. The end. Thanks for watching.